So I'll call the meeting to order. And before we get started, let's introduce everyone on this meeting. I'm Sandy Brock. When I call your name, please confirm. You can hear me by verifying that you are present, and I'll start with the commissioners. And Jonathan.
Present. I can hear you.
Thank you. And Betsy.
Present.
Our other two commissioners are not present tonight. For our staff, our conservation agent, Leah.
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. And our conservation assistant, Jan Taylor.
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you very much. I'll go down and call out the speakers who happen to be on. They may not all be here, but for 10 Institute Road is Julian Vitrubo. Doesn't look like he's here yet. 88 Worcester Street, Reginald Achilles. Okay. For 7 Stratton Road, Eric Gilmore or Rick Anderson or Norm Hill. Doesn't look like anyone's here yet. 25 Creeper Hill Road, Scott Morrison. Okay. For 244 Worcester Street, Richard Bakari. Anyone here for 244 Worcester Street? Not seeing anyone. 4 White Flower Lane, Alberto Rossi. And for 19 George Hill Road, Peter Engel. All right, so it doesn't look like the different folks here for hearings are here yet. Leah, do you see anyone else?
So I just promoted one from attendees to hop over for 10 Institute. He
Okay,
just
great.
hopped back in. We have Chris McClure here tonight for 19 George Hill Road.
Okay,
And then there's one more I got to pull out of attendees.
okay.
Yeah, Todd Helwig is here for 244 Worcester Street.
Okay. All right. All right. So, so what we'll do is once we get into public hearings, we'll start at 7:15. Prior to that, we'll take care of some business and action items. Leah, anything in particular or anyone here other than what we have for action items?
Yes. If we skip to the third action item, we have a request for certificate of compliance for 94 High Point Drive. We have the homeowner here on the meeting tonight. So this address had 2 filings in the past. The first was for the house and the septic system. The second was a filing in response to an enforcement order to relocate a retaining wall. The retaining wall was found to be partly within the drainage easement for the subdivision, even after its relocation. The developer agreed to relocate the easement on paper to take the wall out of the easement.
Okay.
And the developer submitted a draft of the new easement, which has been reviewed by Graves and at this point is left to the ZBA.
Okay.
Pulling up the plan so that you guys can see what's going on. Let's see, here it is. Maybe not. But the developer is still going to need to work out the details of that drainage easement through the ZBA process.
Okay.
In closing out that subdivision and turning it over to the town. So because, the ball's kind of in the developer's court, I don't really feel like we should hold the homeowner back from getting COCs on this lot because of the easement that the developer's taking care of. I don't know if anyone feels any differently. This is the lot here. This is the retaining wall. Over here, it goes just into the easement. But aside from this wall and easement on paper, The site's stable, work's done. There's no issues.
Okay, in our order of conditions, did we have any specific conditions related to this wall?
Yeah, we did have one that said on the later filing for the wall, said that we wouldn't close this out until, everything was squared away with the easement.
Okay,
I don't know how you guys feel. I just feel like it's on the developer. We have a letter in the file from the developer agreeing to change it. He did submit a draft of changing it.
okay,
I just don't know where, beyond that, I don't know where it is left with the ZBA other than it being one of the outstanding items that's even been itemized by Graves in the peer review process. So I would think it would need to be taken care of before he can proceed with ZBA.
right. Why is it the ZBA, not the planning board?
This is a 40B.
Got it. Understood. So actually, yeah, okay, that answers that. So, I'll bring it up with the other commissioners on their kind of take on this. I don't have any issue. I mean, it's not with the homeowner at this point. And as long as, that the process is underway, and we really don't have a lot to do with the process other than waiting for the ZBA to act on it. And if they don't want to do it, and then they'll have to move the wall, but they can enforce that. So Jonathan, any kind of comments or what's your take on this as far as, closing out the orders of conditions?
I agree with your take, Sandy. I think that that's reasonable. I don't think we should hold them up if this is the last little piece of it. I don't think it's worth holding them up for that.
All right, and it's not a wetland issue in the sense that,
Right.
it's a property issue. Betsy, any thoughts on this?
You're muted, Betsy.
My dogs were barking before, so I had to mute myself. No, I agree that let it go forward.
Okay. So based on that, Leah, we'll just have a motion and we can vote on this. Would someone like to read the motion, please?
I'll make a motion to issue the certificate of compliance for 94 High Point Drive.
I second the motion to issue the certificate of compliance for 94 High Point Drive.
Okay. And then that is for both orders of conditions, correct? Leah, they're both still outstanding?
Correct.
Okay, so that's for both of them. So that's both for, DEP number 164657 and DEP number 164821 and our corresponding local numbers. So,
Yep.
All right, so let's do a vote on this. So Betsy
Yes.
and Jonathan?
Yes.
I am also a yes. So the certificate of compliance is issued. Okay, anything else, Leah, as far as before we get going on anything else?
Well, we have 2 minutes, so if you want to just do meeting minutes, that's fine.
Okay. So does anyone have any comments or questions on the August 17th meeting minutes? So Betsy,
Nope, I make a motion to approve.
and
Second.
then, very good. And I so do the vote, Betsy,
Yes. Approve.
Jonathan,
Yes.
and I am also a yes. Okay. Anything else we can do in a minute?
Not exactly.
Okay, all right.
That's too much pressure.
60 seconds.
Okay. All right, so what I am going to do in that 1 minute is complete reading my lead sheet, which I stopped after we didn't have anyone answering. So I'll just give the background for this meeting. So this open meeting of the Conservation Commission is being conducted remotely via Zoom pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order as extended on June 15th, 2021, with the governor's signing of Senate Bill number 2475, superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law. Access information for the public has been provided on the town website. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. As chair, I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. Please note that you will not have screen sharing privileges, but the staff can display any visuals per your cue. After speakers conclude their remarks, I will invite each commissioner by name to provide any comments, questions, or motions. After the commissioners have spoken, I will allow public comments to be spoken by participants. Participants must use the raise hand feature by clicking on the reactions tab on the bottom right of the Zoom menu bar to indicate that you would like to speak. Participants who raise their hand will recognize one at a time by their name, and then will be promoted to speak. Public comments will be followed by commissions and applicant responses. Finally, each vote will be taken by roll call vote. As a reminder, the commission is concerned with the state and town wetland stormwater regulations. Concerns outside this purview will need to be addressed to the appropriate boards. For example, road conditions must be addressed with the select board, and traffic concerns must be addressed with the planning board. So just a quick thing, if anyone is not sure of how to raise your hand, it's pretty simple on your Zoom. Yeah, actually, that's a good backup, Jonathan. If you are having trouble with the Zoom and do not know where to click for the raise the hand, if you look under the participants, it's pretty easy to do that. But if you don't, you can just kind of wave your hands. We'll try to keep an eye on if someone hasn't been able to raise it through the software. And we do want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. Okay, anything else I forgot, Leah?
No, but I will just throw out there, there is the Q&A if you can't find raise your hand and you're an attendee, so you can't visually wave at us. You can type in the Q&A and I can hit allow you to talk that way. But please just use it, as a last resort.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing that is past 7:15, we'll start with the first public hearing. Okay. Oops. Okay, pursuant to the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Grafton Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Grafton Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing to act upon a notice of intent application for Grafton Wetlands Protection Bylaw permit for the replacement of a septic system at 10 Institute Road in Grafton, Mass. Okay. Who's here to talk to that? Is that you, Norm?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Ryan Garvin here from New England Environmental Design.
All right, Ryan, please present.
All right, it's a repair system, as you said. We've got an existing well in front of the house. We've got abutting wells to either side. The only space we really had was behind the house to the right. We put in the septic system the best we could, trying to keep it as far away from the wetlands as possible. And we were able to keep all the grading outside the 25-foot no disturbance zone. That's pretty much all there is to it.
Okay, so Leah just shared the plan with you, so. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see the plan?
Yep.
Okay, very good. All right, anything else to add to that?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. We did leave this area for any potential stockpile up in the front of the yard to keep it as far away as possible on the other side of the driveway. But other
Okay,
than that, there's no other work being done other than replacing the system.
all right. Jonathan, any questions?
No, No, it looks pretty straightforward.
Betsy, any questions?
No, that's pretty clear.
I have just a couple of simple questions. Is that pool an in-ground or above ground?
I think it's an in-ground.
Okay. And you have an existing well, so it's served by a private well, and
Yep.
you are just outside the setback for that. And then, as you said, you're outside the 25-foot no disturb zone. Okay, great. Yeah, I think it is fairly straightforward. Leah, any comments?
I just had one question as to whether or not the commission wants no disturb signage and or a barrier.
Okay.
So it says proposed tree line. I guess my question would be, is the proposed tree line changing because of the septic system? Do you have to cut back an area there to define that edge of property, the back of the disturbance?
Yes, that is the case. The existing tree line is a little bit lighter and it cuts through the deep hole right about where the 46-foot dimension is along the edge of the septic system.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be a few trees that have to be cleared out for the grading, but it's not too far. We're talking about 6, 12, maybe 13 feet.
Okay. I mean, I've been a fan of like the split rail fence, that approach to designate so people aren't dumping, lawn clippings and whatever into that no disturb. But that's just my take. That's what I like. I think is a reasonable thing to do, as opposed to the signage. But I don't know if the other commissioners have thoughts.
Yeah, well, the signages are, the signs are really small, and you could actually put it on the fence itself. But as far as the type of barrier or the type of, signage, so really the question that Leah has for us, and Leah can chime in if I misinterpreted her, is that the signage is, this is an existing yard and we would be just adding the signage along the tree line. The barrier is just what you said. It could be split rail, it could be boulders, it could be a whole lot of things. Just something that shows to the owner that, there's actually is an area that's, basically regulated under our bylaw, and that the order of conditions will state that you can't work within that 25 feet and you can't expand it. So the barrier is really, we don't usually specify which type of barrier. It's usually up to the applicant. So it's really just, something that you can't start mowing on the other side
Right.
and slowly erode the kind of that buffer zone and to keep the trees and so forth. So so the question is, because this is not like a new house or anything, is do we want to add that barrier and that signs? I think the sign should go up, just so that they're aware of that, the engineer specifically stayed so far away from the wetlands because it's a requirement. So, and you would basically put it along the tree line. So, Betsy, do you have anything to add to that?
No, but I agree that just putting a fence there with no sign, believe it or not, people do not know what the rocks mean, what the fence means. They just think it's, something. So, and then if the house changes ownership, the next owners would definitely not know. So I really am a proponent of having some sort of signage there.
Yeah. In the signage we have are little 4x4 signs.
Yeah.
And we usually put them like, was it, Leah, 25 feet on center?
I think it's 20.
It's 20. Okay. To the applicant, do you have any kind of opinion that if we ask to put, some sort of barrier, if you have an idea of what the homeowner would like to see?
I don't. Open to suggestions. What can we do? Because even the clearing and the limited work that we have, is still outside the 24 foot. It's not right on it. Can we mount the signs like on the trees that we cut to? Would that be acceptable?
I think that's fine. I guess to the other commissioners, do you think just establishing that tree line and putting signs on the trees would be sufficient? So Jonathan?
Yeah, I like the idea of having a physical separation of a fence and sign, so I wasn't trying to argue for a sign and no fence. I
Okay,
kind of figured the signs would be there no matter what, but usually it's nice to have a separation. So again, you can't get a mower, or it's more, you have to purposely get over that fence in order to
Right.
get a mower or something into that no disturb, where if there's just a sign, you can unscrew the sign, or you can just mow around and push into the trees. So if it's not a big deal, the fence, but at least the signs, I think it would be helpful to keep that no disturb intact, again, to Betsy's point, for the next owner or down the road.
okay. Betsy, anything to add?
No,
Okay,
I,
okay. So, yeah, so basically, we've seen a lot of different variations of what that barrier could be. And yes, it could be a simple split rail fence. It could be a simple, if you were, a lot of times with a new house where they're excavating, they may have large boulders, and it's just putting them close enough together so you can't get something through there. So it can be a variety of things, and we don't want to specifically say which it is. And the
Okay.
way that the condition would be written is that you create a visible barrier, and then we would have the standard condition of putting the signs up, which would,
So
go ahead.
can I just throw this out there? If the
Yeah.
tree line over here is still going to be outside the 25, could he just do signs along this new tree line and
Yep.
then signs and a barrier over here? Because over here, the tree line is into the no disturb.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is that a good compromise?
Yeah, that does, because the whole idea is that the issues that we see is the creeping in onto that 25-foot
yeah,
buffer. So,
Yep.
and does the
Okay.
applicant
So you
has
want-
any comments?
You want the fence along the 25-foot no disturbance zone on the left of the property where it's inside the existing tree line.
Right.
And is that what you said? Or do you want the whole length? with
No,
this-
just where it's outside of the tree line, and
Okay,
then just put the signs along the tree line.
okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
And do you have a specific sign that you require, or is it just a generic wetland area, keep out?
We have a sign that we kind of use as, and it's a local sign company that makes them. Again, they're little 4x4s. They're not a very large sign. But in the order we will, we can give you that information. Correct, Leah?
Yeah, we'll spell it all out in the conditions.
Yeah, and you can always reach out to our office and talk to Leah, and she can tell you exactly where to get them. I mean, the whole idea, we're trying to make it reasonable to do and not, not something that is overburdensome for the homeowner. So,
Okay,
okay. All right. So I'll do once around again with the commissioners, and then I'll open it up to the public. So Jonathan, anything else?
No.
And Betsy, anything else?
no,
Okay, and then I will open it up to the general public. So again, as we had previously mentioned, if you have any comments or questions on this particular application, please raise your hand via the Zoom. And if for some reason you're having trouble with that, you can go ahead and just type in the chat feature,
Q&A feature.
Q&A feature.
It's a little
Sorry.
different.
Sorry, we actually are just changing things up a little bit this week. So trying to make this process a little bit better and making sure we're complying to the state's requirements. All right, not seeing anything. See anything, Leah, from?
Nope.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and have a motion. Do I have a motion for this notice of intent?
Make a motion to close the hearing for 10 Institute Road and issue an order with standard conditions plus the fencing and signage on the no disturb as indicated.
All right.
I second
We
that.
have,
Oh.
thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Do a roll call vote. Jonathan,
Yes.
Betsy,
Yes,
I am also a yes. So thank you. You're all set.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. All right, up next. So for the RDA, is that a time certain, Leah? Or
Yes.
is it
Yep.
part of the, it's at 7:30, right?
Correct.
Right on time. Perfect. Pursuant to the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Grafton Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing to act upon a request for determination of applicability for a gasoline containment remediation at 88 Worcester Street. Who's here to talk to this particular application?
Oh, hi, good evening. I think my coworker Ann was supposed to be on as well. My name is Jonathan O'Brien,
Okay,
and I'm the LSP of record for the historical gasoline release at this property. And we are trying to basically reduce the concentrations of dissolved gasoline related constituents in this sort of residual area of the property just south of the former pump islands. The pump dispensers are still at the property, but the site is currently vacant. And my client, who's JFH Remediation Trust, they are responsible for the historical release of gasoline. I know that the current owner or the current tenant has an active order of conditions for some proposed redevelopment of the site. But the work that Conoco is proposing tonight, essentially has nothing to do with the any station remodeling or rebuild. So what we're proposing to do is inject it's essentially a proprietary mixture of it's basically oxygen and persulfate. And so the purpose of those compounds is to create, and I won't get too technical, but it basically is to promote the natural degradation of these gasoline constituents. And so what we're proposing to do is at 8 separate locations within that red rectangle that's shown on the site plan, inject this product called oxygen biochem along with a mixture. It's basically mixed in with the tap water to create a slurry that is then injected through these steel pipes that are driven into the ground. And so it'll be at 8 different locations within that rectangle. And so the work will take just one day to complete. And then we will return approximately 6 weeks after the injection to collect groundwater samples, from the existing monitoring wells. And the groundwater samples will be tested not only for the gasoline constituents, but also for the chemicals, that are being injected. And the work is being done under the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection's Massachusetts Contingency Plan, which is essentially the regulations that we work under to remediate contaminated properties. And we're outside of any jurisdictional areas established by the DEP where we would require approval from the Bureau of Waste Site Cleanup, DEP's Bureau of Waste Site Cleanup, but we are within the Grafton jurisdictional area, and so that's why we're here tonight. And then after the 6 week sampler, we'll return 2.5 months after the initial injection and do the testing again. And essentially, we're hoping that this single injection is going to reduce the gasoline constituents to the point where we can achieve regulatory closure with the DEP. But it can be tricky because the gasoline constituents, they like to stick onto the soil and not necessarily break down easily. So it may require a second injection, but any subsequent injections will follow that same post-injection groundwater monitoring program. So, and it's essentially it's a proven technology, and it's accepted by the DP as something that is or has been proven to be effective for this type of application.
All right, thank you. We'll go through some questions from the commissioners. Jonathan, any questions?
No, it seems pretty straightforward. It looks like it's out of it's out of the riverfront boundary. It's through pavement. It's 1 day worth of work, and then you come back. I don't have any questions. I think it's pretty straightforward what's going on.
Okay. And Betsy?
I agree. It seems very straightforward. I don't have any issues or questions.
All right, thank you. I just have a couple quick questions. After you're completed with your work on the site, is this going to end up with an AUL on it, or?
Yeah, yes, it will likely end up with an AUL, and the purpose of that is because we have several groundwater monitoring wells around the property, and we've achieved regulatory compliance in all of those areas except for this one area around the pump island where the pump dispensers are, and we're going to try to obtain some additional soil analytical data when the current owner or tenant, or if and when they do some additional work there. When they have the dispensers removed and we can access underneath that area, because we suspect that the source of this relatively confined area of groundwater contamination is contaminated soil. That's so the water table fluctuates up and down, as you know, over the 4 seasons, and but we suspect that there's a little bit of contaminated soil underneath there, and so we will likely, if we could not obtain data to evaluate what those concentrations are, we would implement an activity and use limitation to basically kind of just lock in the current commercial use of the property and restrict future residential use.
Right. Yeah. And that's really what I was trying to get at, is that if someone else does come in, it's good that we know that there's an AUL there, because it may not only just restrict it from a potential use, but it may also restrict it from certain work occurring in certain locations. So it's,
Yeah, exactly. And the AUL would also have would have provisions for proper, soil management for, during any excavation work and that type of thing.
Yeah, so as far as, I look at this as it's attempting, it's, following the state regulations, it's looking to clean up. I think from a Conservation Commission, we're more just interested in information that comes from your efforts, i.e. if you're going to have to do a second injection, we'll just probably put in, a condition that says that you would have to submit that plan to the commission, but you wouldn't have to come back for an additional, RDA or anything. We just want to be aware of it in case it moves someplace that is in jurisdiction. And then, copies of any testing, we're not going to review it. We just want to have it in the file. So when there is a
Sure.
future, there is a future development there, that we just understand that this is the conditions on there and we have that information. We're not going to do anything else with it other than have it for information. So that's my recommendation for a couple of minor conditions. Jonathan, any recommendations on conditions?
No, I don't have any specific recommendations on conditions.
Yeah. Okay. And Betsy, anything?
No. Oh, Norman's raising his hand.
So Norman, we can't hear you right now. Leah's got to promote you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, normally they excavate out the contaminated soils and truck them away. I'm not familiar with the chemical that they're going to put in the ground. I know there's a town well back right of this property, and Axtell Brook goes to Lake Ripple, just a couple 100 feet away. So I didn't know if the chemicals they're about to put into the ground are harmful to humans or not.
So that has just kind of come through the chair. So yeah, obviously this is all being done under DEP, but if the applicant would like to kind of respond to that, please do.
Yeah, certainly. And so we're, one of the compounds that we're going to be monitoring for is sulfate. And so there is, DEP does have a, I can't remember offhand if I don't think it's an MCL for sulfate, but they certainly have a secondary drinking water standard for sulfate. And so we'll be monitoring that. I've spoken to the company that we're going to be using who does the injections. And, they've indicated that what happens is when the compounds react with the petroleum hydrocarbons, and you can have some residual sulfate that stays right around the injection area. But the point of our testing the groundwater at 6 weeks and then 2.5 months after the injection is to evaluate for the presence of that. And so the DEP, the Massachusetts DEP, they require that you test the groundwater at a point at least 50 feet down gradient from your injection area. And so we have a monitoring well network at the property that we will be using to comply with that requirement. So I have used, I have not used this very product before, but I have used other similar products that use, same chemistry. And I've never had a problem with sulfate persisting to the point where, it would become, a threat in this situation, a threat to the drinking water, especially, given the hydraulics. Any groundwater that is present at this property would eventually discharge into the brook, and so it wouldn't be a source of potential contamination to the drinking water well. So, and the property, this location is outside of the zone 2, which is the zone of influence for that public water supply well. So it's I'd say even if there were some level of residual sulfate that got into the brook there. it's technically outside the zone of influence. So I'd say there's a very low potential, you know. The reason why we're not excavating is because the contaminated soil extends below the water table. And so in order for us to remove enough of the source material to clean up the groundwater, we would have to essentially lower the water table. We'd have to pump so much water out of that site to lower the water table so that we could excavate that soil effectively. And it's just from a logistical standpoint and, needing to manage all of that groundwater and, what do we do with all that groundwater? It's the injection, the chemical oxidation was the preferred remedial alternative.
Thank you for that answer. And again, this is all being done under the DEP regulations. And as I said before, the only thing that I was looking for is just to have for conditions is that we receive the reports that you're going to be doing on, when you go out and test. And again, the authority or the regulatory body on that is DEP. We just want to have it for our records. So at this point, if anyone else in the public has any questions or comments, please try to raise your hand through the Zoom program. If not, you can do the Q&A. Leah, anyone else raising their hand?
No, but if I can just clarify,
Yep.
so 2 special conditions, 1 that they will notify us if they need to re-inject, and 2 that will receive copies of any testing reports.
That's correct.
Okay.
Having said that, one final round. Betsy, anything else?
Nope.
And Jonathan,
No.
can we have a motion?
I make a motion to issue a negative determination for 88 Worcester Street with the special conditions as Leah just mentioned. Is that appropriate, or do I have to list those conditions? Because
No, I think it's part of the record, so that is absolutely fine.
Okay.
Second,
I second the motion.
roll call vote. Betsy,
Yes.
Jonathan?
Yes.
I am also a yes, so that is the negative determination is issued. So,
Thank you very much.
all right,
Have a good evening.
you too. All right, 7:45.
You're cooking.
We're keeping on time here. Let's keep it going.
Let's get ahead of schedule.
Well, then if it's time certain, then we have to pause. So, all right. So the next one is 7 Stratton Road. Okay. Pursuant to the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Grafton Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing to act upon a notice of intent and application for Grafton Wetlands Protection Bylaw permit for the construction of a single-family house at 7 Stratton Road. Who's here to talk to that?
I'd like to speak to that.
All right.
Can you hear me
Norm?
okay?
Yes, you're fine.
Good. Good evening. This is Norman Hill. I'm a licensed civil engineer and land surveyor with a consulting firm of Land Planning. This is an existing 1-acre lot that is currently all wooded, and our client would like to build a new home on this lot. The home would be connected to town sewer and town water. Now, the wetland line that is shown on this plan is the same wetland line that we showed to the board 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we flagged these wetlands, surveyed their location, put them on a plan, and submitted an ANRAD. Arthur Allen from Ecotech went to the site and confirmed the wetland location. We moved a couple of flags, brought them in line with where Arthur thought they should be. So this is the same wetland line that was approved 2 years ago. Now, the property, if you were to stand in the street, it's directly to the left of the tennis club. I don't know if you're familiar with the tennis club is. You go out Old Upton Road, you turn right on Stratton Road, the tennis club's on your left. So this is the land that's directly to the left of that tennis club. And if you stand in the street and look at the lot, it slopes downhill from the right to the left. And out back, there's a little wetland swale that we've shown on the plans here. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thanks, Norm. Jonathan, any questions?
No.
Betsy, any questions?
No,
I think you answered the main questions I always ask about water and sewer. So this is outside the 25-foot no disturb. Leah, anything else?
Just a similar question to our first hearing. I was gonna have no disturb signage and a barrier to the east here, because they're right along the no disturb zone. I just wanted to ask what the commission's thoughts were to the north, because there's some distance between the proposed tree line and the no disturb line.
I think from my perspective, maybe a similar approach of putting the signs on the trees where you do have some distance and some sort of barrier where you get close to it.
My client would be willing to do that, like a
Okay.
split rail fence and signs.
All right. So Jonathan, any other conditions?
No, I don't believe there's any other conditions. No.
Okay, Betsy?
nope.
All right, I will open this up to the public. If anyone has any comments or questions for 7 Stratton Road, please feel free to raise your hand and we'll promote you to a participant so you can speak. If you're having trouble, if you turn on your camera and wave or something, we'll also try to respond to you, but seeing anything, Leah?
Nope.
All right, do I have a motion?
I make a motion to close the hearing and issue the order of conditions with standard conditions for 7 Stratton Road, with the conversation we just had about the no disturb.
All right, do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All right, we'll have a roll call vote. Jonathan?
Yes.
Betsy?
Yes,
I'm also a yes. The order of conditions is issued in, all right,
Thank you very much. Everybody stay well. Thank you.
you too.
thank you, Norman.
All right, so now, the next one, the next RDA, Leah, is a time certain?
Yeah, at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so we have 8 minutes. Is there anything that we should cover?
We can try to talk to Chris Whittier and Carol Westgate if they're still listening in at the moment. That would be about 7 Wesson. Trying to find where that is on my paper.
Okay. I think it's 19 Weston Street for the ratification of
Sorry,
emergency.
that's right. That's why I can't find it.
Okay, for the ratification of emergency certification.
Yes.
All right, so who wants to speak to this?
Leah, I'm not sure if you wanted to give the history there, but the update is that so I'm Chris Whittier from Tufts University. We had the consultants from Beaver Solutions that came in to put.
So one thing, okay, so if this is Tufts property,
Yes,
okay, I have to recuse myself. I happen to do a lot of work for Tufts University, work directly with them. So I need to recuse myself. And that doesn't mean we still can't have this conversation. I just can't participate in that. So I'm going to kind of turn to Jonathan. You kind of have the controls. I understand this is a casual, conversation or not part of a formal, application. But again, I need to just step away for any kind of conversation around Tufts. So Jonathan,
Sandy, if there's only two of, so my question
We have
lies
a
in,
quorum. Yeah,
yeah, I don't have a quorum if you step away, correct?
okay, so this is an informal discussion. It's not a public hearing. Even
Okay.
if you do have a public hearing, there is some case law around that. Because this is just a discussion at this point, I think it's absolutely fine for the both of you to kind of hear it, and depending upon where it goes is what's going to happen next. But yeah, I understand about the quorum.
I
But
have one
because,
question.
excuse me?
I have one question.
Sure.
Can they still ratify an emergency certification that I issued?
So based on my understanding of, we have a quorum here. All right. And it's just because one of the members or the commissioners, being me, recuse myself, that doesn't mean we lose our quorum.
Okay,
So that's my understanding of it. We should probably check on it again, but that's what I've been told in the past.
that's what I've heard as well.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying it's okay. And obviously the only problem with having two commissioners doing it, if there is a decision, there's two people, it's you won't get a decision, but I feel pretty comfortable with that. So as long as both Jonathan and Betsy feel comfortable with it, then I would say listen and listen to this process.
Okay,
I'm fine.
Okay, so I am just going to take my headset off, and I'll be back at 8 o'clock. So hopefully you guys can take care of this.
That's
all
so
right.
not fair, Sandy. You get to have a bathroom break.
Yes, that's probably very accurate. All right, thank you.
So to keep this brief, I think you're all familiar with this site and the beaver activity that's been blocking the culvert on Weston Street. And so the beavers built a new dam sometime in April. Carol Westgate's yard was flooded. This just happened to be the time that I was inquiring about the beavers that had left the upstream area that we had been monitoring them. So I was by accident sort of injected into the situation. Carol had applied for a trapping permit. And we instead got an emergency permit to go ahead and break down the dam to decrease some of the flooding that was happening in Carol's yard. And then we had Beaver Solutions installed a pond leveling system into the new dam on May 15th. The situation is essentially that system is not draining the pond above the dam fast enough in sort of heavy rains. So we had another emergency permit in the middle of July to break down the dam just to increase the water flow as needed. And then again, after the very heavy rain, when the remnants of the hurricane came, Carol's yard was again very flooded, and we applied for the emergency permit. So we got the system that's in the dam, just that we've been experiencing this very rainy summer means that the system hasn't been able to kind of keep up with the water. So we've occasionally had to go in and increase the flow. And to be honest, I've been reluctant to adjust the system very much because I'm afraid of draining the wetlands from above. So I'm trying to experiment with that a little bit to try to increase the flow, but trying to be careful not to run the risk of draining everything above the dam.
okay. So Betsy, do you have any comments or questions?
This is certainly not an area of my expertise, so I'm going to leave it to you, Jonathan, to ask the questions, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it sounds pretty reasonable to me. Leah, help me here a little bit. Do I need to then go to the public for comment because this is an action item, or not because it's not a hearing?
It's not a hearing, so you don't need to. However, so this was the third emergency certification we issued because of the flooding, which is fine. You know, sometimes that happens and we need to do that. But I was looking for more information on going forward. What is the more permanent solution?
Okay. So Chris, Carol, what do you see as the more permanent solution to this down the road besides emergency resources here?
Well, we're entering our 8th month now of this water issue It started back in April when I asked for the permit for trapping. And originally that was because the water was around my well point. And I gave into that after talking with Chris with the pond leveling system, hoping that that would remedy the situation. And unfortunately, it has not. I had entered into a contract with Earthworks for almost $11,000 to do remedial work. Because if you look at the contour intervals of my property, in the center where this issue is, it goes up on either side about 1.5 to 2 feet. So I'm in a channel now in the middle of my side lawn, which was once very usable. So after this last flood we had with Ida, I had Chris Etri come to the house. He's the owner of the firm. And we concluded at that point that it was not, we were just spending money that would not solve the problem. I want to sell my house. I've been wanting to sell it for 3 months. It's a continuous problem. It doesn't go away. I can't even cut areas of my side lawn anymore because of the way the grass has grown. It's really a nightmare. So I don't want to put any more money of my own money into remedial work. I think this has to be taken care of. I've done everything I can as a homeowner, I feel, to remedy the situation up to this point. I have no control over the beavers, over the dams. I'm the recipient of this issue.
Okay. So Leah, do you have any ideas as to a next step, or, you know, I don't want to just kick the can and keep ratifying this without a potential solution. So what's your recommendation, Leah?
I mean, to a point, it is a bit of a private property issue between two homeowners. However, I can consult with DEP and see if there's anything more they feel that we need to do from the commission's perspective. Anything that does end up being proposed within the buffer zone will of course need to file with us, but that's just an FYI. So for right now, we can ratify this emergency certification. I can talk to DEP, we can circle back around.
I mean, clearly this is so frustrating for you, Carol. I can totally understand why you're kind of hogtied right now. So is there also, Leah, a way we could find out if this particular circumstance has happened in another municipality and there's been successful remediation? Is there a circle of people out there that we can reach out to?
Yeah, I can talk to other agents across the state. You know, ideally, when you put in the beaver deceiver or pond leveler, that solves your problem, but there's a lot of nuance to it. So,
yeah.
May I make a comment, please?
Sure.
I don't see any reason why I just can't fill in this middle. If you come and look at my property and just see the situation, I mean, I could get a half a truckload and fill that in. I would be happy. My real estate agent would be happy, and I could put grass on there and go about my life. It is very frustrating, and you know, we need to have a solution in sight for this. I've had this property for 48 years at this house. So I just don't see why we can't fill in. Not a lot, just enough. I mean, I can't even walk out in my side lawn without it going over my ankles. I can't cut the grass.
I just want to clarify, no one's telling you you can't, but anything in the buffer zone, you'll have to propose through an application to the commission. Because it would be in a
Is
jurisdictional
there a
area.
chance that that could be approved? I'm way beyond the 100-foot border. I mean, at one time, I think it was flagged, but I think those flags are long gone. So I don't know where my property ends. I haven't walked it. Chris probably knows more about it than I do. where my property ends. I mean, I've got the map, but I haven't.
So Leah, you're saying he
Uh,
can put in an application to, or a plan to do what he's proposing and put it forth to the commission for potential approval.
Yeah, if that's the solution you'd like to move forward with, and any of it falls in the 100-foot buffer zone, which we can help you figure out, you can put in an application and have a public hearing just as these other applicants have this evening. If you're, trying to see if there's some other way about this, that was my suggestion, that I talked to DEP just to see if the commission has any further role in the situation or not, because I'm not sure on that answer. But if that's the route you want to go ahead with, then we can help you navigate the application process.
What would happen if we tried to put hay bales to see how the water flows? Is that?
Can you repeat what you said,
approval?
Carol? I didn't hear what you said.
If we wanted to put hay bales,
So
Oh.
just to explain that a little bit, so Carol's yard is a bit of a dish that
I
runs
know
in-
where it is. Yeah.
So, and one of the things that we haven't been able to figure out is when his yard floods, how much of it is water that's coming in from the pond, how much of it is just the water table rising, and how much is the runoff from his yard running down. And so I actually asked Leah a while ago about putting in sort of a temporary berm, and I was thinking a wattle at the time before I understood that a wattle is actually not going to stop the water. And so I actually looked back at your email tonight, Leah, where you said that it was okay to do the wattle, but actually that's not going to do what we were thinking. So I was just thinking a low, like a layer of sandbags just for this next rain, just to help us get a better sense of, which direction the water is coming in, as kind of a temporary measure in the back of the grassy part of Carol's yard, just to try to answer that question a little bit.
Yeah, you can do something temporary in order to help your investigation. Sure.
Yeah.
okay, we will try that, and I will let the realtor know. I mean, I don't want, we haven't physically put the house on the market yet, obviously, so. Let's give it a try,
and I'm
Chris.
happy to do that. And I guess just the other question I have for the commission is, if I've been a little bit leery. I mean, initially after the leveling system went in, I was actually worried that the water level above the dam was going to get too low. And again, part of the issue here is the beavers have been trapped a couple of times, and then they've come back, and that's only going to happen again. So trying to keep them happy where they are and manage it seems like the long-term solution versus ripping down the dam where they can only make the kind of a worse situation. But the challenge is that there isn't enough sort of play to put in the pond leveling system to sort of drain it much faster. So I guess my question to the commission is, if I went in and basically changed the angle of the pipes that are going through the dam, at the risk of draining a lot more from the water above, what are the ramifications of that? Is that something that would be okay? I mean, part of the problem right now is that there's just so much water flowing through Axtell that the system isn't keeping up with it.
I think that's a question I'm going to need to talk to DEP about.
Okay.
Thank you.
So for tonight specifically, we're still looking to potentially ratify the EC, the emergency condition here.
Yes.
The emergency certification. And then Carol and Chris, you've got a path to talk to Leah, and Leah, you're going to talk to them about steps forward. Does that sound like a reasonable solution?
Yep.
Okay.
Can
So-
I provide a sketch, or do I have to have it stamped for a proposal? As far as what
we can talk
want to
about
do with the
we can
site?
talk about that later. It'll depend on the scope.
Okay,
but we
all right,
can
thank you.
talk about it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, everybody.
So, Betsy, do you have any other questions or comments?
No.
Okay, neither do I. Then could I have a motion to ratify or not ratify?
Oh God, you're gonna ask me to give me the language? That's not
I
fair.
don't have anyone else to ask.
I need the lead sheet. Hold on one second here. I'm new to the commission, so you gotta bear with me here, folks. Okay, so I make a motion to ratify the, oh, it's not in the lead sheet. ratify the certificate, ratification of emergency certification for 19 Weston Street with, and Leah, do I have to include our discussions about DEP?
Nope, you did fine.
Okay,
I second that. Going to go around the remaining members of the committee here, the commission. Betsy,
yes.
and I'm a yes. So the emergency certification passes. Does that work?
Thank you.
Praise
Okay.
the Lord, amen.
Sandy, come back.
Andy, come back.
I saw
All right.
waving hands.
I was using my practice of my effort earlier. So
There you go.
all
All
right.
right.
Sandy, I'm gonna waive the meeting. Sandy,
Say that again, Carol.
I'm going to waive
Yes,
the
you
meeting.
can.
Okay.
We've had our discussion. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Thank you,
everybody.
Carol. Good luck.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. So
It's helpful when there's more than two people and the lead here.
yeah, I mean it's Robert's rules that the chair never does the, actually has a motion.
Yeah,
So it's just like, no way. You're not supposed to do the motion or second it. It's always supposed to be. So when you only have two people, that makes it a little difficult.
so, and I'm just catching on now that like when I need more practice listening to Jonathan or someone else making the motions, but you're reading it off the lead sheet, correct?
I read it off
More or
the
less?
report. The report is what I follow through the entire document.
Okay,
The report that we get.
okay,
And then that gives you the hints on what Leah's done up front and has.
got it. All right.
Yeah.
And
It gives you
I
the breadcrumb trail.
yeah, and I switch back between the lead and the report all the time,
Okay.
which is
that's-
why you see me pausing, because I'm going back and forth.
Okay,
so.
because that's why I was sitting here going, I didn't see all of that in the lead report. How did Jonathan come up with some of that stuff? That's why. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not special at all. I'm just checking out all the info that we get and all the
Got it.
background that Leah chases. So
Okay. So seeing that it's past 8, we can move on to 45 Creeper Hill Road. All right. All right. Pursuant to the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Grafton Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing to act upon a request for determination of applicability for delineation determination at 45 Creeper Hill Road in Grafton. And who is here to speak to that?
I'm here, Scott Morrison.
All right, you got the floor.
Perfect. Thank you all. So my wife and I have a purchase and sales agreement for 45 Creeper Hill Road. I filed a request for determination of applicability to answer a couple of questions for kind of design purposes. One being the bordering land subject to flooding elevation, boundary, confirmation that Hovey Pond's a pond, has bank, land underwater. And then also requesting a waiver of section C, 0.4 of the bylaw regulations. I can kind of go through the kind of details of each. So the site's mapped as, if you look here, the green overlay is the FEMA flood elevation, zone A. There's no specific elevation on this, and it kind of crosses several contours. If you actually look at if you compare this overlaid, the GIS for the town of Grafton, it actually spreads over the distance of about 22 feet in height. So it's obviously a mapping error. What I was able to do was I was able to find a site downstream, Hovey Pond Estates, which provided a flood elevation of 357.7. I was also able to establish that FEMA issued a letter of map amendment for 54 Creeper Hill Road, which is across the street upgrading of this particular site, providing a flood elevation of 362. So I think because you've got one downstream and one upstream, You know, 357.7 downstream, 362 upstream. If we use the 362, the up gradient flood elevation on the site, I think is a reasonable approach. It's probably a more conservative approach, but that's what I've requested, that it can't be higher than that elevation. So that's the bordering land subject to flooding issue. You know, confirmation, Hovey Pond's a pond. It's mapped as a pond, therefore it's presumed a pond. Just confirming that it's you know, pond, bank, and land underwater would be the resource areas. There is bordering vegetative wetland on the site that requires to be delineated. We haven't asked any confirmation of that at this point yet. And then lastly, a waiver of section C.4 of the bylaw regulations. The bylaw regulations provide, this lot was created, I believe, in 1986. It was well before any local bylaw or regulations. This particular section of the bylaw requires 30,000 square feet of contiguous upland on a particular site. We still have to have the surveyor go out and locate it, but I'm not sure that it's going to fully meet that 30,000 square feet. My general estimate is it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood 25 to 28,000 square feet. So slightly below that. But again, keep in mind that this lot was created well before the passage of the local bylaw or regulation. So that's what I'm requesting. I'd be happy to answer questions if the commission has any.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. And Leah, I have just a couple of general questions. I just want to make sure that I have a good understanding of this. Seeking confirmation of the base flood elevation to be elevation 362 based on the information discussed today. Seeking confirmation that Hovey Pond is classification as a pond, that has to do with the characteristics of it. Looking for a waiver from V.C. V.C.4, the regulations. Those are the three things that we're discussing, Leah?
Correct.
Okay. And so as far as the positive determination in agreement, as far as BLSF and Hovey Pond, I just want to make sure the applicant understands that if we go through that and we basically think that the 362 is, you know, it's conservative and so forth, that doesn't change the FEMA elevation, or I shouldn't say because it's a zone A, it doesn't have an elevation. It doesn't change the location of the FEMA, you know, flood hazard zone, because that can only be done through FEMA.
Correct.
Okay. So if you end up having to go back to and you've mentioned the map change and going through Aloma and go back through FEMA, that's fine. That you may end up having to do that just because of insurance reasons. So I guess what I'm trying to do is give you a little bit of other things to think about. There's like what we need to do. And also just want to let you know that just because the Grafton Concom says, yeah, we think that the 362 is a reasonable elevation based on the information submitted, it doesn't change the FEMA map.
No, I completely agree. And the house would not be located within that.
Okay. All
So
right.
it's just a matter of a driveway access is all that's required through that zone.
And that's fine.
I truly appreciate your explaining that to me and making sure I understood that.
Right. Yeah. And it's just like, I mean, this is, you know, you're looking just to put a house on a lot that you're looking at. I want to make sure that you fully understand it, and that once we, basically accept the elevation of 362, you can't really change it afterwards. Even though it's an estimated elevation, it's probably conservative. And again, it's one of those things, just letting you know that, you know, when you go to put your driveway in, you're going to have to do your compensation for your fill areas, you know, and again, it'll be on the 362. It gets a little dicey just because you're going to have a couple of different lines that we're kind of looking at and what FEMA has. So, and I just, it's just trying to making sure that you understand moving forward. As far as Hovey Pond goes, there's a couple of different ways. Typically, on Hovey Pond, a pond is a pond due to its characteristics, and it's pretty simple. It's, even though you may have flow through a pond, if the characteristics based, stratified temperature and all these other things, it's still a pond. So, and a lot of times you can simply look at the configuration of it, the depth of it, and things like that, and determine it. So, Leah, did we have anyone take a look at this?
You mean peer review?
Yeah, or yeah.
No,
And
just myself.
Okay. And have we ever had Hovey Pond come up on another project?
That's likely, but I did not check those
Okay.
files.
Can you just bring up a map of it so I can?
Yeah. Yep, just give me 1 second.
Sure. As Leah's bringing up the map, does Betsy, do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay. And Jonathan, do you?
I don't have a specific question to this, but I just saw something come up in the Q&A in regards to the last one for Stratton. So I don't know if we just put it out there.
Okay. Yeah, that's a little timing makes it a little bit tough. Let's look at that after we kind of finish this one up. So, all right. Thank you, Leah. That's very helpful. So this is a dam controlled impoundment. Is that what I'm
Correct.
looking at here? Yep. So that's
Yep.
the one right off 122. Okay. All right. So you definitely have an impoundment. Most likely has all the characteristics of a pond. So that's pretty telling. So, okay. And Leah, when you went out, it was pretty straightforward. That's a pond.
Yeah,
Okay. Cool. All right.
just for clarification, our site is the one in green. Up here.
That's in green, and that's part of the Quinsigamon River.
Yes.
Okay. So, to the applicant, is there a specific reason why you're confirming that Hovey Pond is classified as a pond?
I was questioning the area, whether it was, it's presumed to be a pond, and I was just questioning whether the commission was going to consider a river. But based upon the impoundment, the naming and the presumption, I think it's
right.
It would be considered a pond.
Right, and I just want to make sure that that you're talking about what's labeled here as Hovey Pond and not what's right at your site.
No, it would be right at the site.
Okay.
So it's mapped as, it's called Hovey Pond all the way back to Flint Pond.
Okay. So Leah, when you went out and looked at this at the site and you looked at this area, did it have the characteristics of a pond or a river?
So I have not been to the site, but I gave you guys a screenshot of USGS where it says Quinsigamon River
Right.
between Flint Pond and Hovey Pond.
Gotcha. All right. So there are some different just basic metrics. And I haven't looked at a particular question on this in a long time, and I know I've gone through it previously. So typically, it looks at the configuration of the width versus the length. And obviously, where you're talking about where on this particular screen, it talks about Hovey Pond in that area of where it's actually printed as that title, you look at your width and the length and so forth and the proportions. When you look at the site and you look at the kind of the geometry of that area near your site, it has more of a look of a river or a stream. Now, that doesn't mean it is or is not. There's a bunch of different ways to figure out if it is or is not, you know, a stream versus a pond. And mostly it has to do with, is water flowing or not flowing? And so, you know, below Hovey Pond, you have an outlet and you can see the size of the stream. Not having been to the site or not had looked at it specifically, I can't tell you what the characteristics are there. So you're basically, you know, asking us to look at this and to determine if Hovey Pond is classified as a pond. When I look at where it's called Hovey Pond in this particular map, then that area is, yeah, that makes sense. But when you go up to where your site is, it's less definitive. I'm not saying it is or isn't. It's just really hard to tell from that. I mean,
Can I make a suggestion?
sure.
If this is the kind of the hiccup that the commission may want to look at further, I
Yep.
think this is the least impactful for design purposes. So if
Okay.
the commission feels more comfortable not making a decision on this, and we can revisit it during the notice of intent process, it's perfectly acceptable to me.
All right, I appreciate that. And obviously, it's really just getting additional information other than what's written on a particular map, because we could probably pull up 5 different maps. And unfortunately, the labels are going to change from one to the other. Because as Leah, can you bring up the area of the USGS that shows it labeled as Quinsigamond River?
Yep.
USGS actually doesn't show it as Quinsigamond River. It shows it as Hovey Pond.
It'll take a minute.
So this is just, yeah, there.
And there was a copy of the USGS map that was attached in the application. I don't know if Leah can pull that up.
Yeah. So this is basically what's on. Yeah, this is what's on the online version of the USGS.
Well, the official USGS map doesn't list it as the Quinsigamond River.
Okay. But you understand our kind of, you know, and it's not that I'm going to sit here and say it is or isn't. It's just that we need different kind of information to quantify it one way or the other.
And it's like I said, it's perfectly acceptable if the commission simply doesn't want to make a decision on this. You know, we can kick this down the road and give the commission some more time to look at it and make a decision.
I appreciate that, and that makes, you know, talking about the elevation of the, you know, the flood elevation, you know, that has a little bit more teeth to it, and the fact that you are being conservative. And since you're not going to be putting the house in it, and once you we determine it, that's how we're going to look at that the base flood elevation is at 362. And then once you have, you know, additional survey and so forth, they'll be able to define it a little bit better on your site.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And as far as seeking a waiver from the section about continuous upland requirement. So we have, you know, we have looked at different projects that come in front of us, and it's case by case. And so what we've looked at in the past is based on the available upland area, the kind of the configuration of it. If it makes sense that you could put a house and whatever else you need to put in a driveway, those type of things, if it makes sense, and if it's, you know, only 20,000 square feet, we would approve a waiver from that.
Okay.
It's very hard to do that without seeing a plan,
Okay.
without having that defined.
Okay, and I'm willing to kick that can down the road. I was just concerned that the commission was going to say absolutely not, and I was going to spend, several $1,000s on engineering and design, only to find that the commission wouldn't find that acceptable.
Right. And I can't speak for everyone. I can tell you what we've done in the past where we looked at the actual upland area and looked at, because that particular regulation changes depending upon what zone you're in. So it's not consistent minimum area. It's based upon the acreage of the zone that you happen to be in. So this zone, it happens to be 30,000. In other zones, it's less. And so it's really about the buildable area and, the capacity of that area to reasonably have a house and other things. And each one is unique in it. And, the configuration is unique. And if you're outside of a 25-foot no disturb and you can fit in, the size house that you wish, whatever it is that you're looking for, and it's reasonable, we have in the past, looked at a case-by-case basis to make sure and granted that waiver.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, I would not feel comfortable granting a waiver without seeing the layout.
Okay. No, that's perfectly acceptable, and you put me at ease knowing that you've granted waivers in the past. And I think this is a very unique situation where the lot was created, back in the mid '80s, before the before the regulations. So I think it qualifies for a waiver. But I think you put me at ease informing me that historically, on a case-by-case basis, you have granted that. So.
Right. And those other lots were very unique shapes and unique locations, and were all, and I say, kind of leftover pieces of different sites that were created well before our regulations and actually some other zoning regulations and so forth. So those are the ones, those unique ones where, where they are quote a buildable lot and they have sufficient area, then there isn't a reason why we can't waive that, as long as, basically the things that we're trying to protect are protected, and that's the wetlands. So I'm less worried about how big a house you want to put in, how many car garage, the driveway, as long as there's sufficient area and you're not impacting the wetlands. So everything else is up to you. It's really about protecting the wetlands. So.
Okay.
All right. And I'll just put it out to both, to Jonathan, if he has anything to add to that.
Nope.
Okay. And Betsy?
I'm all set.
Okay. So let's kind of just look at this. So what we would be making a motion on is simply the base flood elevation.
Yeah, and I think, well, maybe the situation more I'm thinking about this is, if you find, that acceptable, we're talking about the two different elevations, it may not be worth even issuing a decision at this point. It's simply just having me withdraw it. I'll file the notice of intent, but you've provided, I think, enough information that makes me feel comfortable spending the money to go to the next level and having the survey, the engineer, and design prepared.
Yep. And obviously you certainly have the right to, basically withdraw the application without prejudice. Doesn't mean anything. It just means it's your choice. I've given you kind of the history and how we look at things. I can't guarantee anything in the future, but I think you probably understand that.
Yeah, there's no guarantees. I couldn't walk across the street tomorrow and get run over by a bus. So
right.
No, I think you've eased my concerns, and I think at this point, maybe the simplest thing to do would simply be to withdraw this application, and then move forward with design plans, and file a subsequent notice of intent application.
And that's absolutely, you're right. Now, if you were in person, it would be really easy because you would just write a little thing. So, Leah, what's kind of the process? We haven't had someone withdraw something during like a Zoom.
So if
You
you
know
can
what we
just,
could do procedurally wise? Why don't I ask for a continuation, and I'll send an email tomorrow withdrawing it.
Okay.
Would that be would that keep everybody happy?
So Leah, you were gonna say?
I was just gonna say, can you follow it up with a letter and we can verbally recognize your withdrawal now?
Yeah, this is
absolutely.
recorded. So this is recorded, so that's a part of the record, it'll be part of the minutes. And if you could follow up with a letter or an email with a letter attached or something, then everything, probably the key thing with that is the signature, just so that we know it's from you, but I think that's fairly straightforward, so.
Perfect. I'll do
All
that, do that this evening.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much. Bye.
All right,
We have a request from the Q&A about 7 Stratton. They were unable to sign in at the designated time, so they have a question they're asking to be unmuted and talk to you guys. Is that okay for a second?
absolutely, yep.
Okay. Just gotta find them. Okay.
Am I on?
Yes, if you could please just give your name and address and then go ahead and ask your question.
Sure. Stephen Tosi, 4 Stratton Road.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, so I asked it, I'm sorry I couldn't get the Zoom to work until after you'd have already passed the request by Eric Gilmore to build a single-family home at 7 Stratton Road, which from the map appears to be, right across the street from our property at 4 Stratton Road. And I just wondered what the decision, if any, was made this evening by the commission to allow that. And I just don't understand all of the wetland requirements. So I just wanted a very brief explanation, if you don't mind.
Certainly, Leah, if you can bring up the plan. So
Yep,
first of all,
sorry, I'll
Yep.
get it in 1 second.
okay. So first of all, and just the reason why they're in front of us is that the area that they're working is under our jurisdiction. It's within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland, and there's several other resource areas. So there's a jurisdictional component. So if they're working within that jurisdiction, they have to come in front of the Conservation Commission to get it approved. We look at things. So if you here is this.
Yeah.
And if Leah could just point out where the wetlands line is with her cursor, thank you. So it's near the rear of the lot and so forth. So we don't really look at the house, the driveway, anything like that. We are simply looking at the kind of the development area, how it relates to the wetlands. Under the local regulations, we have a 25-foot no disturb zone, which they indicate here. They're staying out of that. And then there's a process that we go through to review it. We issue a series of conditions, things like erosion control and other things. In fact, one of the things we require is putting signs up there that says they can't go beyond the 25-foot and do alterations to the no disturb zone. So there's a list of conditions, the process through, it's a state regulations administered by the local Conservation Commission. The town of Grafton has their own wetland bylaw and regulations on top of that. So we look at the submission, making sure that it will not adversely impact the wetlands per the regulations. And so we went through that. We had a couple of questions. There'll be meeting minutes from this meeting that you're more than welcome to request and look at. I think they're on the website, right, Leah? The meeting minutes.
Yes.
Okay, and so everything's pretty transparent. We did go through that. We then made a motion to approve it with order of conditions. The orders of conditions you can definitely view also. And then we voted on it. It was approved, and so it will be issued within the next 20 days. So that's kind of the process. So if you have any other specific questions, you can ask if it's quick now because we have other hearings, but you can always reach out to the office, to Leah, if you have any other specific questions or most of the, like the plans, the application, those type of things are actually on the website also for you if you want to look at them.
Great. The only question I would have is that because it's adjacent to a wetland, you know, our home actually has a septic system. It's not tied into a sewer, but with this being as close to the wetland as it is, I would assume that and a well that this is going to be town water, and he's going to have to extend the sewer line, which ends a bit up the road down to so that this house can be tied into the sewer. Was that part of the what led to the approval that was going to happen?
Yes, I mean, that was actually a specific question was actually it was presented as connecting to town sewer. That's the line with the W on it. And it's connected to the sewer, which is the line with the S on it. So that was a question that was asked and answered. And yes, then we'd be asking questions because there are requirements of a septic system being so far away from the wetlands. Same thing, there's a requirement, the septic system is so far away from a well, but because it's both sewer and water, it removes those type of issues from this particular site.
Great. Yes, because in my understanding, the sewer as it in its current where it currently ends would have to be extended toward Old Upton Road in order to have this happen.
Right,
but-
and that's outside of our kind of jurisdiction. The way this is written and the way this is shown to us, they could not go in and put a septic system under this order of conditions. It's
Great.
shown that it's connecting, how it connects down the road. That's more of a process through the town and the sewer department.
Fine. Well, thank you very much for your time. I apologize for taking it up, and sorry I missed it when it came up.
Don't worry about it. It's a new world that we're all getting used to with the with the Zoom and everything else. So glad
Thank
I
you.
could answer your questions. All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, so that's that. Okay. So now on to 244 Worcester.
Correct.
All right, pursuant to the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Grafton Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing to act upon a notice of intent application for Grafton Wetlands Protection and Stormwater Management Bylaw permits for the construction of a distribution facility at 244 Worcester Street in Grafton. And who's here to speak to that?
I believe there's some gentleman not here. The applicant is just showed up now.
Okay.
We're expecting Karen Environmental, and there's the attorney there.
Okay, so who's going to be talking to this application?
If I might, Madam Chair, Mark Donahue from Fletcher Tilton. Let me tee it up and introduce the other players that are involved and make our presentation with your permission.
Yes, please go.
Thank you. As I said, Mark Donahue from Fletcher Tilton. I represent Churchill and Banks, the applicant for the permit before the Conservation Commission, and we also have adjoining permits with the Planning Board and Zoning Board of Appeals. To present the work that's involved this evening for the Conservation Commission, which involves work within certain buffer zones of an access drive, stormwater management features, and portions of a water connection site grading, is Sam Hemingway of Garrett Farlow and Associates. They're the design civil engineers for the site, and Charles Karen from Karen Environmental, our environmental consultant. With me also this evening is Richard Bakari, the principal of Churchill and Banks, if you have any overarching questions with regard to the development. With your permission, I'd ask Mr. Hemingway to review just briefly with you the proposed site work, and so you can understand the buffer zone work that's involved and the determination of the wetland resource areas.
Certainly, you can ask Leah to bring up any plans that you've submitted.
Great. Sam, you want to walk us through the plan?
Sure. Leah, I guess we kind of just go in order, makes the most sense, starting with the G sheets. I think it's probably sheet 3 or so as an area of context plan, a couple sheets back maybe. What I'd like to do is keep this up a pretty high level, talk about the project. I'd like to get Mr. Karen to talk a little bit, drill down a little bit deeper on the resource areas and the specific constraints, and then maybe come back and talk more, depending at the board's discretion, obviously, about the drainage system and how that plays into the project. So the property is AP 35 Lot 1. That is probably known by most of you as the Wyman Gordon property. There's been a number of previous applications on the site and actions by the board on past notices. It's about 180 acres in total. The meat of this project is actually the front 26 acres of that property. So although the total property is going to be discussed, the substantive improvements associated with the new facility are on that 26 acres. The project is going to occur in 3 stages. Obviously, you can see from that aerial that it's been pretty fully developed. In the past, it's both pervious areas being the soccer fields out front and parking areas that will be reconstructed for the new facility. But to get that work to occur and prior to the A&R, we're anticipating some road reconfigurations, as say new entrances to be constructed that will serve both properties, and some of the existing facilities, including the guardhouse and the parking facilities, will be moved out of the way. So it's kind of an initial step, and the plans have been broken up that way. If you don't mind, maybe the next sheet is a little bit more clearly shows the area of the site. I think it's a little clear in terms of what portion of the property is actually being installed. The resource areas specific to the shaded area, the new site, is on the western side. So there's a resource area, a ponding area, and a moving water going to the north, which goes up to Flint Pond. There is also a resource area to the east side of the property. The development site is approximately 200 feet from that resource area. That goes over to Hovey Pond, which you were discussing not long ago. The next sheet really gives an overarching view of the project. Effectively, it's a large distribution system. We have fronted the building along the street. The new entrances are flanking project on the east and west to get to the rear of the property. The loading area and truck activity is to the north of the site between the 2 properties. So there are a number of steps that are needed to get this project permitted through the planning department, and some relief being requested by the zoning. But as it relates to the Conservation Commission, the western side is really, I think, what we're here to drill in mostly tonight. The road follows a water line, effectively a cleared gravel road that was installed in conjunction with water line activity, and the resource areas to the west. No improvements are proposed within the 25-foot no build, and very limited improvements are proposed within the 100-foot jurisdictional area. And we can, again, probably have Mr. Karen talk a little bit more about that as we go. If it makes sense, maybe I'll transfer over to Mr. Karen to talk about the resource areas. And then one of the areas that obviously the drainage is an overlap area in terms of the bylaw, but one of the work that is most proximate to the wetland resource is for the new drainage outfall. So, and again, we can drill a little bit into what we're proposing there. We're relocating an existing drainage outfall that currently discharges directly into the ponding area and pulling it back 25 feet and installing a plunge pool outside of the no-build area. So, you know, at 10,000 feet, that's sort of what we're here to talk about tonight. And maybe I'll let Chuck talk a little bit more about the resource. If that makes sense.
Okay, I will go through the wetland. As Sam said, the wetland resource areas that are relevant to this project are all right along the east, the western edge of the site. There's a pretty well-developed wetland and a brook, intermittent stream right along, kind of running parallel to the property line on that western edge. That flows then under a road that runs between the Wyman Gordon facility in Grafton over into the facility in Millbury. And then that wetland system continues north of that. So we have that well-developed wetland, and then that entire area between that wetland and where the tree line is, it's now wooded. That entire area appears to have been significantly altered and disturbed in the past. The terrain's unnatural, the vegetation is somewhat unnatural. And I can't tell you whether it's filled or was just heavily graded and pushed around it, or some combination of the two at some point. But while most of that is upland I don't know if we can zoom in on that just a little bit, it'll show up better. Yep. There's an area where the bordering vegetated wetland comes up like a small swale onto that disturbed area, which is in the area. You can see the flags. It starts at like 857, 58, and then comes to the east towards where the project site is. So that's a wetland that it's an area of, you can see where there's some water stained leaves and there's dominance of wetland vegetation that is developed.
Am I zoomed in on the right spot for you?
That's fine. Maybe if you could just scroll it a little bit.
Down?
Say down or up. There we go. Perfect. That shows that whole area now.
Okay.
So the area where we end up with most of our work in the buffer zone is within this kind of recently developed wetland. Without going back through some old aerial photos and things, just looking at the vegetation, I would guess that this was probably, all the vegetation this has probably developed since the 60s or 70s in this area. So we're in the buffer zone. Most of the buffer zone work is within the buffer zone to that I'd call it a new wetland. That's along that access drive. As Sam said, there's an existing, I'd call it Cart Road, Woods Road through there with a water main running through there. We're kind of following along pretty close to that as the edge of disturbance. We end up with about a little bit over 8,500 square feet of work proposed within the buffer zone. As Sam mentioned, the back it towards Worcester Road, there's a drainage outfall proposed that ends up just outside the 25-foot no disturb zone. Most of the other work is 50 feet or more from the wetlands. We might be a couple feet under that in places where it gets real close at like 850 or so, in that range. Like I said, I think that the key thing, we've got the wetlands are all delineated, and that area is real, like I said, has been historically disturbed. And as you know, most of the site has been.
So a quick question, have you gone back and looked at the historical kind of aspects? And I know that, this particular site has been in front of us numerous different times. There's also been contamination on the site, remediation work on the site. I don't remember where that was, but a lot of the site has been, has had restoration work on it. Have you looked back and identified those areas? Are any of those areas within your development area?
I haven't. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Sid, I thought that the information we got from the Wyman Gordon environmental people were that those areas were on different portions of the site, weren't relevant to this 26 acres.
And like I said, I
Right.
know there's been a
Yeah.
lot of activity there. I just don't remember where it was. And I'm just wondering what information you were
Yeah.
given about that.
Generally speaking, the release, the environmental conditions are on the northern portion of the property up towards the railroad, so towards the factory itself. And the plume was heading north, which was the impetus for the water line installation initially. I believe the other remedial work was on the eastern side, primarily associated with the industrial activity. So that there used to be water withdrawals and discharges and lagoons on the eastern side of the property, primarily, to the east of that entrance, and really realistically to the north. So in general, I won't say that I have not gone through every item and verified the exact location, but in general, it is not performed on this section of the property, although there's no such thing as overlap. This obviously the scale of the Wyman Gordon facility lends itself to a tremendous amount of work. Chuck mentioned the disturbances on the west side. Frankly, all of that property, the fill depths in excess of, we were doing some of those test holes and we were getting what we thought was clean native material until we hit 9 feet, and then we were hitting organics.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of activity has occurred, but the areas you're talking about are mostly on the northern side of the site.
I appreciate, and again, like I just don't remember, other than the fact is they've been in front of us previously.
Yep.
A number of years back. Okay.
Understand. And there is also an issue in regards to outstanding, and I think probably Mr. Donahue can speak to it more as well. Some outstanding orders, and there certainly is an intent by the applicant to work that up and to get that resolved.
Okay. Anything else to present, or is this just kind of your overview? We understand that the peer review hasn't been completed and so forth. That is there anything else that you'd want to add?
Well, I kind of leave it to you. I am certainly prepared to discuss the drainage. I know that is purview of the board. I'm happy to do that. Or if you want to wait until the peer review gets into it and we can get any issues resolved. Either way, whatever helps the board to understand the application and what is being proposed.
Yep. And this is a question, just a general question. Are you aware of the, not too future changes to the DEP stormwater manual in the regulations?
We are, but yes.
And they're not in effect yet. And I'm just
Understood.
wondering, because some of them have some pretty significant changes in rainfall data, and on a site like this would have a pretty big impact.
Yeah, we didn't touch on it, but the total impervious area, although there's 26 acres of land, and it doesn't take long to look at the size of that building and the amount of pavement that's out there. It is certainly a substantive project as it relates to drainage. It is a LUPO, so we're doing pretty significant water quality improvements. I think because of the phosphorus issues associated with Flint Pond, we have, where possible, we have are promoting infiltration to the extent we can. Just for that reason, I think it's known to be the best treatment for that particular issue. So we are aware of it. We're aware of the rainfall. We're all aware of the year we've had around here.
Yep.
And the amount of rainfall that we've been seeing. But there's a pretty significant amount of impervious coverage on the property. Really, the increase in impervious area is much closer to 7 acres than the 26 acres. Those credits in terms of overall runoff control have been beneficial in our citing the improvements. We really focused a a good portion of our work, we focused on getting the best treatment on that site that we could. There's significant improvements in our estimation from what's out there now. It's just those parking lots with pipes straight to the resource. So.
And you've probably read local stormwater requirements and the emphasis on doing green infrastructure and low impact designs.
Right.
And I would say we don't want to have a long discussion tonight until we get our peer review back. But just to understand, that will be something that, I will look at very closely of just how much, you're doing a facility like this. Even though it's a very large building, there's also lots of opportunities to do a lot of very progressive things dealing with stormwater, green infrastructure, water reuse, and things like that. I mean, when you're expanding the roof like this, the water coming off that roof is fairly clean, and there's a lot of opportunities to use a resource as opposed to trying to discharge it into the wetlands.
Understood.
Just a quick question just to go through the other commissioners. This is a large project, and obviously we're having peer reviews done, but is there any questions up front? Jonathan, do you have anything to ask?
Not at this time.
Okay. Betsy, anything to add or ask?
No.
Yeah. Obviously, we rely on our peer reviewers, to give us kind of their expert opinions and so forth. So we'll be waiting for that, and would like to see the applicant request the continuance. I don't specifically have any other questions. Leah, do you have anything else to add?
We do have an interdepartmental comment from the fire department that I'll forward to you guys, just about reinforcing the minimum requirements of the fire department, but I'll forward that along to your team. We did get one public comment from Bill Fairbanks of 4 Donahue Lane ahead of time, but it does pertain to stormwater type questions, so it seems beneficial to save that for the stormwater conversation. That's all I have at this time, aside from opening it up to the public when you're ready.
Okay, sounds good. And again, obviously, we'll be waiting for our peer reviewers just to be able to have a different level of conversation, get into the details. Always remember about snow storage. You're putting a lot of, circulation onto the site, even though you have a large building, but just think about that. Okay, so we'll open it up to the public. Again, if you can, raise your hand via the Zoom feature. And if you cannot figure that out and you want to turn on your camera and wave at us or something, we're open to many different, avenues of trying to communicate with people.
So I believe if they cannot raise their hand, their second option is the Q&A. I don't think attendees have the ability to turn the camera on.
Okay, thank you, Leah. So if you have the Q&A, it's only people that have been promoted to participant. Gotcha. All right, so as we sort of wait for any potential questions coming from the attendees, I'll also say to the attendees, if you are in a butter and you're watching this because you're interested on what's happening at the site, this will most likely get continued. We're going to talk about that in a moment. But you can always reach out to the Conservation Commission office if you have anything, questions or comments or opinions. You can always write, do a written comments or questions to the office also. All right, nothing has popped up, Leah?
Correct.
Okay, so kind of the next question to the applicant and their team is that obviously we're waiting on peer review and would like to know if you would like to continue this to our next hearing or whichever date that you would like to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark Donahue on behalf of the applicant. We would ask for a continuance Obviously, there's some parallel work that'll be going on with the planning board with regard to specific site design. So I'm not sure whether the next meeting makes a lot of sense for that purpose, since we will have just started that process also. So I might suggest just to kind of check in, perhaps if you're meeting on October 19th, then we can look at that, or sometime in the latter part of October.
Okay. Leah, what's the next 2 dates in October? We're going back to twice a month?
Correct. So if we skip the next one, which is the 5th, it would put us on October 19, as he stated.
Okay. So the question is, if you like, we can continue to October 19th. And obviously, if in your, process of permitting this project, you would like to get another continuance, obviously that's your choice. We have no issue with that. So if you'd like, we could continue this to October 19th.
We would ask for that, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Still haven't seen anything from the public. So do I have a motion to continue this hearing until the October 19th?
I make a motion to continue the hearing for 244 Worcester Street to October 19th.
I second the motion.
We have a motion, a second, do a roll call vote. Jonathan?
Yes.
Betsy?
Yes.
I am also a yes. This is continued until the 19th of October.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Okay. All right, let's keep on rocking and rolling here. So 4 White Flower Lane. All right, pursuant to the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Grafton Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing to act upon a notice of intent application for Grafton Wetlands Protection Bylaw permit for the construction of an in-ground pool at 4 White Flower Lane. Who's here to speak to that?
Okay, hold on. I gotta promote some more people.
Okay.
Yes, good evening, Larry Green.
Good evening.
So good evening, Larry Green. I'll do a little quick summary of the project. I'm here on behalf of Albert Rossi. We're here to discuss adding the proposed pool behind his house. Just give a little background information on the property. Property is situated at 4 White Flower Lane. There you go. Thank you. You can see White Flower Lane is kind of right on the right side of your plan or east of the property. Kind of bottom page, you can have the existing house and driveway. As you can see, the site slopes from White Flower Lane to the rear of the site. The site's predominantly all grass. You can see way back to the rear of the property, there's a wetland system off property, ranging from, 20 to 30 feet off property. The bottom left corner of that site does level off. Then the remaining of the rear of the site is all sloping, as you can see. And then you can kind of faintly see just right behind the house, there's an existing patio and deck right there. Thank you. And what the homeowner would like to do is basically, create some more outdoor space for their family. They'd like to connect to that existing patio, construct a pool to the left of that, a 16 by 36 pool and associated decking around that. And then kind of to the west of that or right of that pool, or kind of an eyebrow retaining wall, range from 2 to 6 feet in height, and then kind of some associated grading to the right of that, but staying outside the 25-foot buffer. And kind of going back to that bottom left corner, we'd like to use that flat spot as our kind of our construction staging area. Kind of do a little gravel drive. Yeah, right there. Thank you. Kind of, and then just to the right of that, just kind of create a gravel access drive coming off the driveway, coming down there, and then using that staging area as needed. That area will be, and then all limited work in that staging area will be, bordered by erosion control. And that's a very quick summary of what we're proposing.
All right. A couple of quick questions.
Sure.
So this is in-ground pool. What kind of filtration system that you're using?
I believe it's going to be salt water.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Jonathan, do you have any questions?
Nope, no specific questions.
Betsy.
No.
All right, Leah, anything to add?
I believe you said you found groundwater at 27 inches in that test pit, so I just wanted to know what the plans are to deal with groundwater during pool excavation.
So basically, we'll probably use that stationary area as maybe, we may have to add some additional erosion control or hay bales on that bottom corner, and then if need be, pumping, but we'll basically be filling in that area. So we're basically just going to strip off that top and sub. Basically, we're going to be, cutting that slope and then backfilling around that pool.
So when so although we will not probably need to have a dewatering plan for this application, but I would expect that we would want to have a dewatering plan in place before construction.
Sure.
That could be specifications. It could be, obviously it's, where does the water go? What kind of system are you doing to treat it?
Sure.
The only other thing is that area that you kind of want to do your construction kind of lay down and so forth and staging, that is within the 100-foot buffer zone.
Correct.
So, we would be looking for some enhanced erosion control. So yeah, you're indicating erosion control line kind of on the outer area of your limit of work. If you were going to be stockpiling or doing any kind of dewatering, we would want to see a pretty robust plan of erosion control around those individual activities. Obviously, those activities will change as the construction continues on, and would want to have some sort of, indication of what that's going to be and some sort of, plan on how you're going to do that.
Sure. Now, when you guys say robust, is it a double row of hay bales, or is it more aggressive than that? Or
actually, we don't use hay bales, but double row of, of wattles or straw bales, or a combination, but a double line of something.
Okay.
So, and just so that you have your perimeter in place, but any work with inside, you just add an additional erosion control. I'm thinking more of your topsoil pile.
Sure.
Those type of things that erode easily.
Okay.
That we don't want to rely just on a single row of erosion control barriers. But that will kind of change. You have kind of what you're showing for a minimum, which is the outside of it. And then as you do work, we want to make sure that we have a second layer of protection. The other thing is as far as the kind of the temporary construction access, I'd call it, obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, but is it going to be restored to grass in the lawn area?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not going to be a permanent access.
No, just figured to take off some loam, add a little gravel, and then remove that, and then reloam and seed that.
Okay. All right. As you probably aware of, we haven't gotten the DEP number yet, or the comments from them.
Correct.
So we can't close the hearing. So we'll have to continue it.
Okay.
And Leah, other than the groundwater, you had nothing else?
Correct.
And then Betsy, anything else?
No.
Okay, and Jonathan?
No, nothing else.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll have some standard conditions and things like that, but what we need to do is get the DEP number and their comments.
Okay.
Any questions for the commission before you tell us that you want a continuation?
Question. Do you need to see that dewatering plan, or just prior to construction issue that to the commission? Or
yeah, I would think that we would want to have it as a condition, and then you would submit it to Leah, because she's the one that's going out there. And again, it should be fairly straightforward.
Sure.
It is a pool. Let's keep it in perspective.
Okay.
But because you're doing all that work within the 100-foot buffer, we want to just have a little bit more protection.
Okay.
All right. So would you like to have a continuance?
No,
Hold
but
on.
yes. Yeah.
We need to open to the public.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Leah.
Yep.
I'm trying to speed up here, and I'm not doing my job. Okay. So we've already gone around to the commission, so we'd like to open it up to the public. If anyone in the on the public has attendees have any questions or comments on this project, please try to raise your hand through the Zoom program. If not, if you could type something in the question and answer. And not seeing anything yet?
Nope.
Okay. Having said that, the applicant has requested a continuance. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to continue the hearing for White Flower Lane to the 10-5 meeting.
I second the motion.
Very good. I'll do a roll call vote. Since Betsy, you're on my screen, you get to go first.
Yes.
Jonathan?
Yes.
I am also a yes. The hearing is continued.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Have a nice night.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So Leah, next up is 19 George Hill.
Correct.
All right. Let's read that one.
Hold on, we have a hand raised. Okay,
Okay.
it went away. We had one, but they went away.
Okay. Did you happen to see who it was or?
No, I didn't catch it quick enough.
Okay.
That's okay, go ahead and read.
Okay. Pursuant to the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Grafton Wetlands Protection Bylaw, the Grafton Stormwater Management Bylaw and the Grafton Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing to act upon notice of intent application for a Grafton Wetlands Protection Stormwater Management Bylaw permits for the construction of a single-family house at 19 George Hill Road. Who's here to speak to that?
Hi, it's Chris McClure, McClure Engineering.
You have the floor.
Oh, great. So I'm here with Peter Engel, who worked on the H&H analysis with us, and also the applicants, Paul and Candace Silverberg, are in the audience as well. So thank you for your time. And I'd just like to reintroduce the project to the commission. We originally introduced the project back in June 15th. At that time, the commission had requested the applicant allow the commission to obtain a peer review to review the stormwater report in the NOI, as it's a pretty comprehensive undertaking here. And so we have been through a couple iterations with Graves Engineering relative to the project. The project is at 19 on George Hill Road. It's consists of 10.51 acres of land, zoned agricultural residential zoning district. It's in an area of minimal flood hazard per the flood insurance rate map, FEMA. The wetlands were delineated by Ecotech, located by McClure Survey Crew. The applicant is proposing to build a single family 5-bedroom house with associated 12-foot driveway, private septic and well, an in-ground pool and patio, a horse barn with arena, paddock, horse run, and an emergency turnout up at the barn. So if I could just go through some of the proposed stormwater management that we've designed for the site, starting at George Hill Road. We've chosen the location of the existing car path for the driveway, and it actually worked out well for us, as that was the area of the most minimal disturbance for to gain entrance to the site. At the west side of the entrance of the driveway, we have 2 detention basins to address the stormwater runoff on the lower section of the driveway, the lower 400 feet of the driveway, heading up to the crossings of the intermittent streams. It's going to be 2 3-sided culvert crossings to get across those 2 intermittent streams, where we head up to the to the first emergency turnout in the driveway, and another detention basin that addresses the stormwater runoff coming from the driveway that leads up to the residence. Again, there's an on-site septic there in the front yard of the residence, an additional stormwater basin, number 4 there we call it, that picks up water from the pad area, the level area around the house, and then the access drive going up to the barn. In the front of the house, you'll see a Caltech infiltration gallery that picks up downspouts and also infiltrates some of the storm water coming down off of the upper driveway and barn area as well. And heading further to the east, we get up to the barn area where there's this sand area for the horses, in addition to a sand arena and in a paddock, proposed fence paddock area on the far south side of the barn. So all of the stormwater, again, has been reviewed by Graves Engineering. It's set up to meet the Massachusetts stormwater standards, in addition to the town of Grafton's stormwater bylaws. As part of the project, we are requesting 3 waivers. One of the waivers is work within the 25 foot buffer in order to construct the stream crossings. Stream crossings were designed to meet the Massachusetts stream crossing standards. The other 2 waivers, one would be a waiver of the maximum allowed slope of the basins. We're requesting waivers in that area from the 3-to-1. The exterior slopes would be a 2-to-1 to meet the existing topography, and on the cut slopes, we are proposing a 1-to-1 that would be reinforced with riprap. And that actually meets for better site design by using the natural features on the site to incorporate those basins into our design. And then the other waiver is the minimum of 100 feet away from the existing residence, and that would be basin number 2, which is down at the entrance to the property. And we are requesting that. It's approximately 95 feet down gradient of the butter's house. And we are requesting that because the basin wouldn't affect that residence, and the flow is actually directed away from the residence as well as being down gradient of that residence. So that's the high level description of the project. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you folks may have.
Thank you very much. So could you just give an update on the status of the peer review?
Yeah, so we had completed peer review as of the last meeting, but we had stopped everything to ensure all the butters were notified properly, which happened through a second round of abutter notifications. But as of our August meeting, all those comments had been satisfied, short of the two of the 3 waiver requests he just touched on were in the Graves review as well, and he differs to the commission on waiver requests.
All right, appreciate that. So Jonathan, any particular questions on the new presentation or anything else dealing with this project?
So nothing on the new presentation, no. So Graves didn't provide any insight on the waivers. They basically just said we defer to whatever Grafton and Concom says.
Correct.
Okay. No, I don't have any other questions right now.
Right. Betsy, any other questions? You may
Betsy,
be on
okay?
mute.
I think she's reading. Can you hear us, Betsy?
Oh, yeah.
I was just going around the commission to ask if they
I
have
was
any.
trying to look at the FAQ related to 19 George Hill. So that's why I
Okay.
was distracted.
No problem. We'll get to that too. But did you have any questions on
No.
the updated presentation or anything else with that?
No, I feel like this is deja vu.
Okay, sounds good. Leah, as far as recent comments received from the public, we received some comment letters, and it's our understanding we don't have to read them all in. Would you like us to just go through and indicate which ones came in?
Yes,
And a brief
please.
overview.
Yes.
Okay, so just for the applicant and for the public and commissioners, we have the commission has received and reviewed new public comment letters, and I'll just go through them. From David Libby of 44 George Hill Road. In general, he urges denial of waivers, questions 2.83 acre calculation for disturbance footprint, and questions stormwater infrastructure adequacy within local conditions of George Hill Road. And I will upfront say if I mispronounce your name, I apologize, but I will do the best I can. Mariah Cause of 13 George Hill Road urges denial of waivers in light of the ACEC. Bonnie and Tim Perret of 9 George Hill Road, concerned with the manure entering stormwater system, suggests concrete slab with wells on 3 sides, size for the 6 horses as manure disposable area. Questions ongoing maintenance of stormwater infrastructure and proper manure disposal, urges bond on project and ongoing inspections. Laura Attenti, 15 George Hill Road, urges denial of waivers in light of ACEC, urges bond on the project. Shauna Cardenas, I'm sure I said that incorrectly, I apologize, of 8 George Hill Road, urges denial of waivers, urges bond on project, urges site inspection and moving forward continually. Perpetuality, I'm sorry, it's not coming out.
Perpetuity.
Perpetuity, thank you. Once I just needed someone to tell me that, thank you. So those are the updated public comments. So I would just put it to the applicant if they have any responses from the new public comments that we received.
Sure, I guess relative to the ACEC, we obviously were aware of the ACEC. We did do our stormwater design to meet the criteria, the design criteria for work within the ACEC, and the requests of these waivers really are not going to impact, what we call the requested waivers. These detention basins are there to protect that area, and one is just the offset to a residence. The other happens to be design criteria, which based upon the existing conditions at the site, it just makes sense that that the commission waive that in order for us to get those basins in that are going to protect the stormwater or treat the stormwater that will be generated from the site. As far as the maintaining horses on the site, the applicant has a degree in equine. I guess it's an equine degree, has been raising horses for over 40 years, is fully aware of how to handle the waste that is generated with horses. The owner of the property owns a site construction company. They're both longtime residents of Grafton. So they are going to do everything that's required in order to develop this site in a manner that's responsible. In addition to that, we have created an erosion control sedimentation plan that goes through the various phases of construction. They're not going to open this site up wholly at once. They're going to start in phase this project and do it in a responsible manner, because that's what Mr. Silverberg does for a living.
All right, thank you for that. Just from the commissioners, if you have any other questions for the applicant based on the new comments that we got, Jonathan, any additional questions or comments on the information we received from the public?
No, not specifically.
Okay. Betsy, anything?
No.
The only thing I would say is just to respond to two of the items. One is urging a bond. I can tell you historically, the Conservation Commission has only issued a bond on larger projects, and that bond is typically only to stabilize the site. So just to understand that when we do issue a bond, it's pretty narrowed focus. Our kind of primary goal of any of the projects that we review or any of the orders, conditions, and specifically when we do a bond, it is to make sure that we protect the wetlands, and that bond would be simply to make sure we stabilize the site. If for some reason, not to say this would happen, if for some reason the site was opened up and work stopped on it, a bond would then just pay for it to be stabilized. That's typically the only thing we do on that. And we can discuss that later. And as far as doing site inspections, okay, it is part of our routine that during construction, until there's a certificate of compliance completed, you know, the Conservation Commission and our agent will do inspections on the construction project. Once everything has been stabilized and we receive an as-built, and that is reviewed, and the project is closed out, we typically do not do inspections after that. Depending upon the size of the project, there may be some other requirements for reporting or doing stormwater maintenance. It doesn't apply to a single family home. But to be quite honest, we do not have the staff or the resources to do continuing inspections beyond the certificate of compliance. Again, from our perspective, we're issuing, you know, if we issue a permit, that permit is being issued for the construction of the project. We will do inspections during the construction. We will go through a process of certificate of compliance. We have to receive certain information like an as-built to make sure everything's stabilized, to make sure everything has been installed per the plan. Those are all things that go into a certificate of compliance review. Once the certificate of compliance is submitted and approved, we typically do not do a continuing inspections of a property. There are requirements for stormwater that needs to be maintained and submit certain information to the Conservation Commission, but typically we're not going to be going out inspecting. We may at some point, due to you know, a concerned citizen reporting something, go out and take a look at things. That is something else that's in our responsibility, and we do that through our staff. Leah, do you have anything to add to that?
Nope.
Okay. All right, based on that.
I do have one question though, sort of procedurally.
Sure.
We have some folks commenting through the Q&A. Did you want to try to keep it to when we open to the public, raise the hand,
yes, and then
speak out loud?
Yep, and then we're actually going to just for folks online, is that what we'll be doing is actually elevating you to a participant, so you can you know, speak you know, to everyone, and we can hear instead of the written words. Hopefully things will be a little bit clearer. I would ask that you know, please be concise and be respectful of the process. And we do want to hear from you. So once we open it up to the public, we'll ask you to raise your hand and through Zoom, and then we will you know, call on people individually, and they'll be able to we'll be able to let you speak and have your say on this. All right, so basically, I don't see any other questions from the commission. We have our peer review done. We need to discuss the waiver requests. And I think that's the next step, is to go through the waiver requests. Or do you think we should open up for public before that?
I don't have a preference.
Okay, so let's go through and discuss the waivers that are in front of us. And then we'll open up to the public. We also need to, once we get to a certain point, we need to discuss special conditions, but we're not quite there yet. So as far as waiver for the basin slopes, if I could, Leah, if you could bring up the plan, and if the applicant could just briefly indicate what that waiver is specifically for.
Sure. If we could go to some of the details, I guess we could choose sheet C5. And basically, is you can see the grading that we've proposed on the plan, and the grading obviously needs to fit into the topography here. So when we talk about the 3-to-1 versus 1-to-1 slopes, the 3-to-1 slopes will be maintained within the inside of the basins. We will have the ability to maintain the basins under normal operations and maintenance, whatever needs to, if things need to be, they do need some routine maintenance on them. In certain areas, we've adjusted that slope to 2-to-1, where they're manageable as far as construction goes. We've identified the type of constructions required to ensure that they maintain their form, and they will be reviewed throughout. So looking at these slopes again, on a cut slope, where basically it's upgrading of the basin and it's just maintaining the shape of the basin, that 1-to-1 is what we're proposing. In the areas, it allows us to fit that into topography, and that 2-to-1 are slopes that we commonly see throughout the construction means and methods. So
all right, thank you. Jonathan, do you have any questions on this request for a waiver as far as the slopes at the basins?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Betsy, do you have any questions on this?
No.
I don't have any specific questions on these slopes. This has gone through peer review. Part of the peer review will look at the basin configurations, including the slopes. The waiver is up to us. On the cut slope, 1-to-1 does not seem unreasonable. If it was a fill slope, I'd have a different opinion, but it's a cut slope. 3-to-1 on the inside of the basins are reasonable, and then the 2-to-1 on the outside is not unusual, but it is does not meet our bylaw, and the bylaw is there just to provide manageable slopes. It's going to be the responsibility of the owner to maintain this, and there's nothing here, as it's gone through peer review, that it's unsafe. So that's the first one. The next one is fencing around the basin.
So can I stop you right there for a second?
Sure. Yep.
So that's actually not a waiver request, because if you recall, we changed our regulations to say fencing as required. Or correct. Not as required, but as the circumstances dictate. So it's not a flat requirement to fence all basins. So the third waiver request is the no disturb zone.
Oh, okay.
Say that again, Leah, the last part of what you said.
Sure. So in the past, our regulations required all basins to be fenced in. We would often get requests for waivers to not put up fencing. We got enough of them that we reevaluated the wording of that regulation, made a change to the regulations to say basins will be fenced at we left it up to at the discretion of the applicant, the commission, and DPW. This one doesn't apply to DPW. It's not getting turned over to be town infrastructure. So in other words, it's not a flat out requirement to fence them anymore.
Right.
So the third waiver request is not the fencing, it's the no disturb zone, to work in the no disturb zone.
Right, and that, and then if you could just move to a sheet where that is, just so that we can show that that no disturbed area is actually along the driveway.
Right, yeah, so yes, and that is the area where we'd be putting the three-sided culvert, and we will be spanning the whole that whole resource area. So it just makes sense, you know, we got to get a crossing there. We'll be spanning the whole resource area, not disturbing a bank. So that's why we're, you know, that's why we, you know, need access to that no disturb.
Right, and this is obviously whenever we have a driveway or a roadway crossing a wetlands to access the upland areas. This is a common waiver that is provided to us or requested from us. And reality is that you can't develop the upland, which is actually by right, without going through there. So this is something that we do get requests from, and we'll, you know, approve this just because you cannot develop the site without it. Jonathan, do you have anything to add to that?
And not, no.
And Betsy, anything to add to that?
No.
And then the last one is the waiver for the basin proximity to the residents.
Yes, so if you could, you know, go a little bit to the west, yes. So there it's basin 2, and if you look at the rest, the residents, which is Arlene and Glenn Adams of record. The reason we're trying to keep away from the wetlands on the north side of the site. So and again, utilize the same access that currently exists historically there, and that's in that stone wall. And in order to do so, we had to push a little bit close with the, you know, with that basin towards that house. It's at 95 feet plus or minus. And again, it is downgrading of the abutter's house, and flow is not going to be going in there, and that's probably one of the concerns of why that waiver was put into place. I don't know specifically, but I'm assuming that's probably one of the reasons why.
That is if you had a basin upgrading it or a basin close to an abutting house, that there was a potential, if there was failure or something else, that could impact it. This particular one is downgrading of it. Okay. Jonathan, anything to add to that last waiver?
Nope.
And Betsy?
I think she might have shaken her head.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry,
no.
I don't. All right, thank you. I can't. The way my view is, I don't get everyone on that. So at this point, why don't we open up to the public? So please, again, raise your hand. Leah will then promote you to a participant, and then we'll you know, allow you to basically able to voice your kind of concerns. And so first ones.
All right, I promoted Bonnie and Tim.
All right. So if you could please just give your name and address for the record, and then please let us know what your comments are.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Bonnie Peary, 9 George Hill Road. My question is more, what I'm seeing and understanding is the Conservation Commission is only concerned about the actual construction of this site when there are no horses involved on the property. And therefore, you are not concerned about anything that the horses may generate that get into the wetlands and affect the watershed after the construction is over and you have finished your work. Is that correct?
That's not totally correct in the fact that we're not going to be going out there and doing routine inspections. However, we will be proposing some conditions that address our concerns about the manure.
Can you tell me what your concerns are?
It would be the stockpiling of manure near in proximity or within the 100 feet of the wetlands. So we will be proposing a condition that that stockpiles will not be located within the buffer zone, and that it obviously would not be allowed in to enter the resource areas at any time. So we would be adding that as a condition, as a way to control the likelihood of the manure getting into the wetlands.
Would you be considering a containment area? I know that I was told, just excuse me, no voice, that this person has had 40 years of horse experience. Has she or he ever had a horse farm before?
So I'm happy to ask that question through the applicant's representative, if he knows that, or the applicant is online, if they could answer that question.
Yes, you'd have to ask Paul and Candace if they're there. I know that she's had horses her whole life, and I know she's worked on larger operations as well. So
Leah, can you promote them, or are they already promoted?
I just promoted them.
All right.
Yep.
So Candace or Paul, could you answer that question about if you've in the past of owning horses and taking care of horses and the byproduct of them and the manure, and the question from the abutter about have you used containment areas, or what is your typical procedure with that?
Yes, we've had horses in our backyard before at a previous house we've owned. And I have also been a barn manager at multiple different barns in the past. But we do plan on putting a couple cement on the sides and cement containments. And then we'll empty them out from there and get it off the property.
Okay. So would you have an objection if we added a condition that required, concrete enclosement or concrete block enclosement for the manure areas?
No.
Okay.
We were planning on it anyways.
All right, thank you. Hopefully that answers that question.
One final question. Have they ever had horses on a hill such as this with all these wetlands?
Actually, we have.
Thank
With
you.
no difficulty.
With what?
No
Little?
difficulty.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your questions. Do you have anything else?
I wish you luck.
All right. Who's the next person? Thank you for respecting everyone and being able to ask your question in a concise way. Thank you. The next person, Leah.
I actually don't see another hand just yet.
Okay. All right. So what we'll do
All
is,
right.
oh, okay.
I have one now.
All right.
So this is Mariah Cause.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Mariah Cause from 13 George Hill Road. Thank you so much for taking the time. In the past, we would go through each letter and read through all the individual questions. Has that process changed?
Yes. So we actually checked to make sure that we were following the process that we needed to. So Leah, if you want to kind of indicate what we've done to make sure that, we follow that, and we have it on record. And in fact, we also added it to our website.
That's correct. All public comments get posted to the project page online. They become part of the file. I checked with the town administrator today to see if we needed to read the entirety into the record, just to try to streamline things for everybody. And he said that we do not. I did provide the recap that the commission went over earlier in the agent report. And hopefully the highlights were covered for you.
Right. So if there is a specific question in your written comments, and again, you know, you can, we're trying to keep this as transparent as possible, but we're also trying to do it in an efficient way.
Yes,
but
that's my goal too.
Yep. And then, so if you have a specific question that I not hit during kind of my kind of recap of the new public comments, please feel free to ask it.
Sure. So just in the last, you know, just trying to, synthesize everything that just happened. So were all of the waivers just granted and approved just now?
No, the waivers were discussed. We
Okay.
have not put a motion and did not approve it. I thought we would be good to listen to any other kind of public comments before we actually make a final motion and vote on it. But I also
Okay.
wanted to have the conversation ahead of time so you could see where the commission is leaning towards, to see if you have any question.
Okay, that's helpful. I think it's just, I want to understand that we don't feel the need to reiterate the things that were in our letters because they haven't been read out loud. And I don't know that everyone knows has read all of them.
All right. And they are, and as I said, and Leah confirmed, they are all been posted on the website, and we're trying to keep that up with all the plans that get posted, all the peer review that gets posted. Everything's available online. So we're trying to keep that transparent.
Yep. Okay. So we don't need to reiterate things, like those are already being considered by the commission that are in our letters.
Correct. Yeah, so the staff has been letting us know. They've kind of compiled some of the things, so they've been very helpful for the commissioners to see all of those questions.
Absolutely. I noticed that Penny Adams' letter has not been posted. So I just want to make sure that everyone's letters are being considered.
Okay. And then Leah, I would just ask you if that we've received that letter yet, or if it's just not posted yet.
I don't have an email from her. Jan, do you?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, I did speak to her earlier. She said that she submitted it and got confirmation that it was submitted. So I wonder if that can, I think there's like a tech thing, a glitch with submitting it through the site. She definitely thought that she had submitted it. So
okay,
maybe something that we can discuss after.
And that's fine. And again, we're trying to be as, open, and obviously the public hearing process, that's what it's all about. And she has that opportunity to come to the public hearing to voice them. But we also welcome any kind of written comments because it becomes part of the record.
Absolutely. Okay, wonderful. So what is the formal way for the community, individual members of the community, to request that the bylaws that exist as written are adhered to in this area?
You can do it through what you've already submitted. You can do it right now. I think that, basically you've already said that in your comments that we received, which was to that basically that you urge us to deny the waivers in light of the ACEC.
Yep. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, it was just a question that I was told to submit as part of the letter, so I wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
And then my only other question is just a little bit of explanation to the decision making behind discerning if something is a reasonable request, if a waiver is granted or not granted. I was sort of told that it's just on a case-by-case basis. There's not a lot of guidelines beyond, what the commission thinks. And I was just wondering if we can get a little insight into how those ultimate decisions are made.
Certainly, it is definitely a case-by-case based on each individual circumstances of each project. It's also, from my perspective, and I can check with the other commissioners, from my perspective, it is about, kind of the intent of protecting the wetland resource areas. And so for me, it's if it's reasonable in the fact that I'll just use the slope one. If based on with the location, based on the configuration of the topography, if I don't feel like the steeper slope is going to provide a greater hazard or potential of impact to the wetlands, I'm more likely to approve a waiver. So it's about, again, it goes back to the protection of the wetlands, and you write regulations to try to protect it, but it's the Conservation Commission's responsibility to look at those because they are local regulations. Therefore, they should be applied on a case-by-case basis. And so that waiver process is a way for us to respond to individual properties and individual situations. So that's our way of doing it. For me, it's about, is it reasonable? Is it gonna, if the waiver is going to have allowing a waiver is going to have a greater impact on the wetlands, I'm not going to approve it.
Okay.
If it's something that's reasonable and that's not going to impact the wetlands, then I'm more likely to approve it. But it's a case-by-case basis. I'd leave it up to either Jonathan or Betsy if they have any other kind of comments on their perspective on that. So
I think Sandy summarized it pretty well. Our job is to protect the wetlands and make sure we're abiding by the Wetlands Protection Act and the storm wastewater
the stormwater regulations. Yep.
Thank you. And it's been a long day. I've been up since 4. So that's our job. Our job is not to approve waivers. Our job is to make sure that the waivers we're approving are protecting. We're doing our job to protect the wetlands and abide by the law.
Right. And we know that the plan as proposed does not comply with the law, which is why the waivers are being requested.
No, it does not. It's not the law. The law
Or
is
the bylaws and the
it's
Protection
actually
Act.
not even the bylaws, it's the regulations. So
Got
not to confuse it, the law is the Wetlands Protection Act that allows for, in the case of the state, to do their regulations. Our bylaw basically sets up there are certain things in the bylaw that would require a variance and not a waiver. Then the regulations are the next to give more definition. Those regulations, you can do a waiver. The waiver is something that's more commonly done. It's a different process, but it's kind of important to understand kind of the different levels of them. And the waiver process allows the Conservation Commission to make sure that, that a person who wants to do whatever project on their property, as long as it's not impacting the wetlands, and we can go through that reasonable process and thinking, then that's when we're going to approve it. It really depends. It's not that really we approved every waiver that comes in front of us,
right?
But there are many waivers that we do approve.
That's very helpful. Thank you for that. And so it sounds like you look at the plan in its entirety as a holistic picture and ask yourselves, do I think this is going to have a negative impact on the wetlands and the environment around this?
That's absolutely correct. And then on top of that is kind of the stormwater component.
Yeah. And also, Leah is probably better at explaining it, but then there's peer review. So all of these plans are being reviewed by an uninterested second
professional.
Right.
Yeah.
But they don't have any skin in the game. So that's to make sure that that we haven't missed anything.
Right. So as an example, I am a professional engineer. I'm a civil engineer. I do this for a living. I do not go through every single plan because I want that to go through a third party, just as Betsy was saying, kind of a third party that's looking at it strictly from a compliance standpoint and recommendations around designs. So I rely on them because they've done the deep dive and they can go through all the calculations. I may understand all the kind of components of it, but in my role as chair, I'm not going to be doing the review. we want that third party. The same thing we do for the wetlands delineation. We have another company that does that does the peer review. So we rely on the peer reviewers to give us the insight into the details of the plans. We all have full-time jobs and you know, volunteers. So we're not going to be spending, 20 hours reviewing the set of plans.
Oh, I know. I can't even tell you all how much we appreciate what you all do for this community and the environment. Well, I'm going to stop talking now because I know there's lots of other people with questions and comments. But yeah, I think we just, for my household, we just second the shared, concern and care for the wetlands and the environment here.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Leah, anyone else?
Waiting to see now.
Okay.
With Bonnie and Tim again. I think they're
Yes,
already
please.
all set to talk.
Please go ahead if you have something to
Yes, please.
add.
Bonnie Perry, 9 George Hill Road. I hear peer review. I'm a horse peer. I don't hear anything about anything other than this is a horse property. It's been reviewed by engineers that are not horse property engineers. And I wonder if there's a disconnect here. I'm reviewing it saying this is like impossible. It's just hard for me to believe that this is going to work out for them. And I'm really sorry to have to say so. I hope you all read my letter. And that's all I have to say. But maybe there is a professional peer engineer that also knows about horses. And thank you very much. I'm sorry.
All right. I appreciate the comments. All right. Leah, let me know if there's anyone else that raised their hands because we haven't. If you see something, let me know.
So no one else is raising their hand, but they've stuck stuff in the Q&A. I don't know how you want to handle that.
Is the folks in the Q&A identified?
Looking now.
While she's waiting to do that, Sandy, I just wanted to bring to our attention, we were going to talk about the fencing around the detention basins.
Okay. Yeah, just to close that out is just, Leah explained that we revisited, and I can tell you that I had my own kind of opinion on that fences around, a detention basin close to a water body or wetland resource doesn't always make sense to me. It's a risk allocation. It's a risk kind of the owner about protecting and so forth. So we thought it was better left to the owner. If there was a circumstance, i.e. a basin at an elementary school or something, then we might have a different say. That's why the bylaw, the regulations were changed to not take it totally out, but do it a case by case basis, but it's no longer required. And that's more of a liability risk assessment by the owner. So that's why that was changed. And so that is the reason why, we would leave it to the owner to make a decision on that, or if there was for some reason, a particular safety issue that we would want it to have it. This is private property, so. Okay.
So to answer your question, they are identified. I can read them if you want.
Yes, please.
So sorry if I mispronounce your name, but Geraldine Sponsler Frank, as residents of 14 George Hill Road, we ask the Conservation Commission to refrain from granting waivers that allow the wetland bylaws to be bypassed for the project at 19 George Hill Road. The bylaws exist to protect the water resources we all share, and those bylaws should be followed. So not really a question, just a comment.
Okay, and I think I've actually already addressed that too.
Next one is from Lori Lewin of 28 George Hill Road. The question about acreage required per horse has not been answered and was raised in a letter submitted today. What is the requirement, and does a separate waiver get to be submitted if the proposed land use is insufficient?
There is no requirement per horse, and actually the use of having horses on a site is more of a planning board issue. It is a conservation issue as how it potentially can impact the wetlands. And to date, we have, we feel satisfied that we don't see an impact to the wetlands based on what's been submitted.
And the last written one I have is from Shauna Cardenas. If she didn't provide her address, I don't remember it off the top of my head. Does the commission always use the same firm for peer reviews? How is the firm chosen?
Sure, the peer review, so the peer reviewer, we have used the same peer reviewer for a number of years. It's based on our experience. It's the same person. They are familiar with our bylaws. If there is a conflict between the peer reviewer and the applicant, we will actually put it out to 3 other people to do a peer review. So it's based on the Conservation Commission relationships with the peer reviewers and a review of their work and their timeliness of getting reviews done. I don't know how long this particular peer reviewer has been working for the commission, because they were working there prior to me joining it. They have been very timely. They have been affordable for the applicants, and they have acted in a very professional way. So that's how we kind of continue it, unless there's a conflict, and then we'll put it out to a bid format.
I have one more from Shauna that's written. She also has her hand up. Do you want me to read the written one or just hit allow to talk?
Just allow to talk.
Yes, hello, can you hear us?
Yes, please just your name and address.
Hi, this is Johnny Cardenas and Shauna Cardenas at 8 George Hill Road. And the question that I have, basically, my expectation is property will be operating as a commercial horse property at some point. Do you have any guidance on what we can do as residents if we do observe that kind of behavior?
Yes, and Leah can back me up on this, is that, as far as coming back to conservation, that may not be the best place. It would probably be planning, because they would be under the land use, meaning that they're changing and they're doing something commercial in a residential area. So I would, Leah, would you just reach out to planning, or would you reach out to just the town administrator?
So I've talked to planning about this. If they change to commercial use, it would trigger site plan review, which would also involve a butter notification.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers. Yep.
Yes, it does. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So if Leah, you want to kind of continue monitoring the public, why don't we?
That was across the shot the bow.
So if just to let you know that we can still hear you. So if you're not going to be talking, you might want to put yourself on mute. So why don't we discuss conditions, and then we'll go through the waivers officially and actually make a motion and vote on those. As far as special conditions, Leah, how would you like me to do it? I can go down, which is the ones that we've been discussing, or would you like to go through them?
I'll let you read them, but I just wanted to say one that I didn't think to type out earlier, which would be for signage for the no disturb zone.
Okay.
It was a little bit, wonky to try to lay it out. So I kind of marked up a screenshot of the plans as to where the no
Okay.
disturb signage should go. So just to make you guys aware, I will be putting this into writing somehow, probably with flag numbers.
I would, to make your life easier, I would use this sketch.
right.
And refer to it, because to try to put it into a narrative form, you may actually miss something, and it would be easier to look at a graphical representation.
Sure.
Okay. And
Other
just
than
for,
that, sorry.
okay.
I was just
Oh,
going to say, other than that, you can read through my list.
And all I was going to just say is that basically, as part of the conditions that we'll be talking about, is that they have to actually mark the no disturb zones, and they have to put in signs. So for any future owners, or just for as a reminder to the current owner, they can't extend past these areas because they are within they would be in the no disturb zone. So going through special conditions, the ones that we're going to be discussing are that no snow shall not be pushed into the basins, and that's just pretty simple. Do not want to have the basins occupied by snow. Otherwise, when it rains after maybe snow, that it would not take up that volume. And an O&M plan of the stormwater shall be provided and be implemented. Resource areas shall not be disturbed during construction. And basically, if they have to disturb more than what's on, if they have to disturb any of the resource areas, they would be required to do a new notice of intent detailing the impacts to those resource areas. Based on the amount of area being disturbed, the site will require what's called a SWIP, which is SWPPP. It's called Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan. It is a permit required by the EPA. It's pretty standard on a project like this that requires a SWIP. We will require a copy of that. That just gives us more information of what's required by the contractor during construction. I think I read this one previously. Manure shall not be stockpiled within the buffer zone and not be allowed to enter the resource areas at any time. The next one, any water discharged from the swimming pool shall not be directed towards any wetland resource areas or buffer zones. Funds shall be submitted for peer review construction inspections for the stormwater infrastructure installation. Stormwater infiltration shall be maintained in good working order. Should the system become inoperable, a replacement shall be installed, or another comparable solution shall be proposed to the commission for review. The applicant shall maintain all stormwater management facilities as described in the operation and maintenance plan. The applicant is responsible for inspecting the stormwater facilities in accordance with the O&M plan, a minimum of once a year, and providing inspection reports to the commission. The applicant shall retain the records to the 5 most recent years on site. Those are the waivers that we've been discussing around this project. And these are just to give you an idea. These are what's called special conditions. There is a whole boilerplate set of conditions that we also get from DEP. But these are additional ones that we're adding. So I'll go to Jonathan. Is there anything else after reviewing this and also the signage that Leah brought up? Is there anything else that you see as something that should be changed with any of these or added to them?
So earlier, I don't know what time it was in the conversation, the future homeowner, the requesting homeowner specifically said they would be open to building a little CMU concrete masonry block enclosure, whatever the definition was to enclose that, to contain that manure. Should that be amended in that special condition? Because the condition that you just read was talking about the stockpile. So do we want to add that with the note that states, it's contained in CMU, or are we getting too?
No, I think that's appropriate. So that would be a condition that the manure stockpiling area be specific to manure would be enclosed in a concrete block enclosure.
And then Sandy, pardon the pun, beating a dead horse, but the fencing around the detention basins, we still haven't discussed that.
As far as it's shown on the
It was a
plans?
question, and it just said that we would discuss it at this meeting. So it said, the question was, will Conservation Commission fencing around, will fencing be required around all detention basins? How deep will the water in these basins potentially be? And then the answer was, Commission will discuss tonight.
Okay, fair enough. So as far as I would not vote for us requiring fencing around. Leah, if you could pull up the plans of the detention basins. And if I could ask the applicant's representative just to give a quick synopsis of the depth of those basins.
So the basins are designed to drain over a 24-hour period. So they're not retention basins. So there's not going to be any, ideally no standing water in those. They all have outlet structures to allow the water to basically dissipate and travel where it will or infiltrate. So if you could look at, I guess we could look at a couple of the depths and a couple of them and the details. Let's see here. 409, 407, bottom elevation 406, top elevation 410. So 4 feet is probably the max that we have there. And again, they're going to be moving water, allowing water to leave.
And what's your freeboard?
My freeboard here is emergency spillway, control structure.
And generally what I'm asking is the way detention basins are designed is that, there's a depth in there, there's a certain volume. That volume is based on the 100-year event. And you typically have what's called freeboard, meaning you don't let the water go all the way to the top.
Sure. Yeah, we have, so the bottom of some of these, we might have a foot of water. We have bottom elevation in my inlet elevation for the discharge pipe is at 497, bottom is at 496. And then emergency spillways at 500. So top of the berm is over a foot over that. So yeah. So again, that would get you down to about 3 feet.
Yeah, and so that means if we had a very large storm, you would have 3-foot depth. And the way they're designed to operate is that as it stages up and as it gets deeper during the middle of the storm, as the storm ends, and then after the storm ends, it is designed so that that volume of water is slowly released so that it would continually to go down. So you have potential depths of 3 feet in a hurricane, 100-year storm event. You would have different depths during different storm events. So you could easily have a foot or two in there during different events. And then it's designed to drain down. So based on that type of basin and that function, I would not recommend putting a fence around it. So Betsy, does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, it was one of the questions asked in the FAQ. So I just wanted to make sure that we addressed.
We hit it. Yep.
Yep.
And if you have a different opinion, please let me know. And Jonathan, if you have a different opinion, please let me know. Okay. All right. So Betsy, do you have, thank you for bringing that up. So we want to make sure we try to respond to everything.
Yeah,
Is there,
that's why I ran through the entire FAQ just to be sure that we haven't missed anything.
I appreciate that. And then as far as, do you have any other kind of comments on the special conditions or additions?
No, I think adding the concrete containment area for the manure is very reasonable. And I have no other further questions.
All right, thank you very much. And I would just go to the applicant's representative. Do you have any kind of comments or questions on the conditions that we're looking to apply to this particular application?
No, I think everything falls in lines with our expectations as far as
Okay.
it goes.
All right.
I need to interrupt you. We have
Sure.
we have a hand raised, and I think we just should clarify whether or not we are requiring a bond as well.
Oh, good question. That question got asked earlier. And then as far as one of our kind of conditions. So as far as a bond goes, it's a fairly large area that's being disturbed. The bond would be just for stabilizing things, and the bond would be released at the end of construction. So Bessie, do you have an opinion on requiring a bond? And this is for if they, for some reason, stop building and you have an open site, we would go in and just close it down.
Is this, again, because I'm new to the commission, how often do we ask other sites to do this?
Usually on larger sites that have a lot of open area. So that's when we, so typically if it's a large enough site, it's gone through planning board and it's got site. And so we work with the planning board to make sure that our concerns, which is erosion, gets addressed.
Right.
But usually it's at least a few acres of open area that we would do that with.
And that's what this is.
Yeah. So
I-
Jonathan, yeah. Okay. So you would think that it would be wise to do that. And so Jonathan, do you have kind of an opinion on that?
So the few acres that you just talked about, so does this tie exactly to, we talked about 2.83 acres of disturbance, which would be 2+, but we're not talking about a 5 or 6 acre site here. So do we happen to know what, I'm familiar with bonds and construction, but not in this specific situation. Right. So would this specific situation just involve the homeowner here paying to purchase and procure that bond, and then at the end it gets released, but they still have to pay a cost for this bond? So we do we know how this cost is structured? Is this an unreasonable cost based on it being a 2.8 acre disturbance? That's my question.
Yeah, no, those are all really good questions. So there's a couple of ways of doing bonds, which you're probably familiar with. So, and Leah, you can jump in. I mean, they could, if they wanted to, is just to put up the actual cash to be held in,
escrow.
Yeah, just for the period of the construction, and then it would get released. The other one is to purchase a bond, which is, it varies the cost of that. It depends upon a lot of different things. But what we're talking about is, preparing a cost estimate to go in and stabilize, 2 acres of open land. So that would be, if you think from just a cost estimator's perspective, which I know you have a very good perspective on that, is, if you're talking about, looking at 2 acres being exposed, to have a contractor come in, level out things just enough, not to design, not to do, just to if there happen to be ruts or piles, just to level them out and then stabilize it with some sort of seeding, or if you needed to put some loam down or spread some loam, just enough to get it stabilized. The whole idea that we want to do is to protect the wetlands from erosion. So you would be taking 2 acres and you could kind of do a quick calc on the cost of, you could do it a couple of different ways, the cost of a contractor going out there for 2 days and spreading seed or spreading mulch or something. And that's what the cost estimate would be for what we would require. And that would be, whatever, a few $1,000s, you're probably looking at maybe a bond for $5,000, a rough estimate for like 2 days worth of a landscape contractor to go out and do that. So it's not an extraordinary amount of money, but it's not cheap either. And that's where you get into, we would, Leah, we usually either accept we usually accept a bond or a passbook, correct?
Correct.
Right. So there's a couple different ways of doing it. So what we would do is we would ask our peer reviewer to do a quick cost estimate. And it's
So
basically
the-
just stabilizing. Yep.
The applicant does the estimate goes to the peer reviewer to check.
Okay, that's fine. And that we would condition that. So.
Okay.
All
That
right.
answers my questions. I mean, I think we're on the smaller end of what we typically would require for this, so
I
I don't
would
want to
agree.
set precedents. I mean, I obviously this has warranted a lot of attention from the hands raised, the questions, all these repeat. So I don't want to set a precedent based on size. So is there anything else that's driving at that? Is it a risk of runoff or something else that's requiring that bond and that additional cost to be borne on the owner?
I would say it probably has more to do with the topography and the fact that the roadway goes through several different adjacent to and goes through some wetlands, and just the topography of the site. The other part is that this is a residential development. You know, it's a single house, but it's a pretty extensive amount of construction, which to me is a little bit unusual. So it's a little bit unconventional for a single family residence to do all of this work. So, you know, that might be a reason for us to be a little cautious. So,
Okay, makes sense. I agree.
so I would go back to the applicant's representative as far as kind of your take on this discussion on bond, and as far as estimating something that we would do.
Yes, so if I could, obviously, and I don't know if you folks are aware, but you know, Mr. Silverberg is a lifetime resident in Grafton. He's a volunteer firefighter in town. He's going to, you know, we have this process that's put in place. It's been, you know, we put a lot of detail into this plan and the construction sequence. I know that the Conservation Commission is going to have a set aside, which I almost see as a security bond for on-site construction inspection. So I do think this is a little bit onerous to require the surety bond for this type of project, and I do not, you know, we don't see that very often, if at all, for a single family residence. We are the order of conditions does get filed against their deed. So, you know, there's a lot at stake in order for them to complete this project in a manner, and in a manner that's consistent with the town's bylaws and regulations, and also the state's bylaws and regulations. So my preference is obviously is that the commission would not vote to require a surety bond for this project.
All right. So basically, just to kind of complete the thought, is that at any time, if we have a violation of our order of conditions, we can bring fines to you know, to the applicant. So and there's a process that goes along with that. So it's you know, it's again, the things that we're talking about are measures that are in place. So to respond to things going very badly, really. And so it's either, you know, doing some sort of fine situation, or basically with a bond. What you're doing is you're putting money aside because there is a potential that something will go wrong, and then you do it. To what Jonathan was asking is, all the ones that we have done bonds have been much larger projects. There is, Leah, we can do fines and so forth if a construction site or you know, or the process gets delayed or something, correct? If they're in violation.
I believe we have that mechanism in place. I've never done it personally. I can consult with town council, but.
Okay. But to kind of keep this moving, and now that's a late date, but let's kind of, because we're talking about conditions. We're talking about making sure that we implement, you know, safeguards and so forth, and that we have safeguards in place. So based on the conversation we just had, so Betsy, any change on
No, I guess I'm thinking, like I said, that's why I started my question was, when do we ask for bonds?
Yep.
So it seems like we're sort of on the edge of that precipice. And I do agree with Chris, there's been a lot of due diligence and a lot of investment in this. I'm not personally concerned that they're gonna, leave the site and they've got too much invested in it to do that.
Okay.
So I'm not married to the bond only if you think that there's a precedent for it and there's a strong reason to have it.
It's not something that's very common for us, but we have done it, but it's been for much larger projects.
Yeah.
So
if it helps for me to clarify, we only have about 5 active bonds in hand right now. They're almost all for subdivisions or solar fields.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's more likely for a developer to go bust and leave.
It is. It is. That's what it's for, is for someone who walks
yeah.
away. And just to let you know, we have actually used a bond to do things, but that, that was in response to a developer leaving.
Yeah.
So
no, I'm not married to requiring a bond. And I just.
Okay. Jonathan?
Yeah, based on everything that was just said, I think it's an unnecessary cost for this.
Okay.
It's been proven, or I say proven, it's been talked about again and again. This guy's a lifelong Grafton resident. He's, invested in this property. So I don't see this as a high risk, similar to kind of what Betsy just said. So I don't think we need to bear an unnecessary cost on that owner.
All right. I appreciate that. And I hope everyone that's listening to this kind of conversation, we're not just trying to be wishy-washy and go back and forth. We're trying to really understand the implications of doing things and trying to balance kind of the concerns of abutters and neighbors, but also that we're not doing something unusual, or we're not, putting a burden on the applicant that's not warranted. And I'm just trying to go through a process of getting the commissioners to kind of, weigh in on this and get through a process that we can get to a conclusion that we all feel is the appropriate one, and that, we'll just stand behind. So, having these conversations, doing it in a public hearing, to me is the most important thing, is to be transparent about it. And not everyone's going to agree with us, but we're the ones sitting here trying to make, trying to be civic minded. We all volunteer, and we're trying to do the right thing. And we're trying to balance, the protection of the Wetlands Protection Act. That's what our main focus is, with concerns of abutters, but also balancing it with the, the right for the applicant to, develop their property in a way that does not adversely impact the wetlands. So it's a balancing act. I think hopefully from the special conditions that we're trying to put forward, we're trying to be very thoughtful about it. I think one of the ones is the fact that basically we're going to have our peer review do some of the construction inspections. So that's someone that's familiar with stormwater installation going out there and doing those inspections. So, all right. So as far as just to close this subject, so I would agree with kind of the final place where we got. I think there's enough other avenues to respond to if something does not go well, that we do not need to do a bond. Jonathan?
I agree.
Thank you. Betsy?
I agree.
Okay. Anything, last call on conditions, Betsy?
Nothing else.
All right, Jonathan?
Nothing but that CMU block enclosure for the manure.
Very good. Thank you. Leah, you got that?
Yeah, and we do have a hand raised before you move on.
Okay.
Bonnie and Tim.
Hi, it's me again, the horse lady. I just wanted to mention about the fencing of the ponds, and that horses get loose. And when they get loose, they do crazy things. including the potential for going right into one of those ponds and making a wreck out of it and themselves. What is the purpose of the fencing in general when you do require it?
It's usually based on safety, and it's usually based on safety of children.
I see. Okay, so not protecting the pond from the horses, or the horses from the pond.
I would say that's a new twist. And as
So
far
it's
as
the concrete retention of the manure, so I'm
Yep.
doing the best I can to help them get it right.
Yep. And then as far as, and just because we're not requiring the fence doesn't mean they can't fence it. I have no problem if they fence it. We're just not going to require it. That's all.
I see.
Okay.
And the wetlands, the same thing. They could fence it so that the horses don't end up in there.
Right. Well, yeah, we do sign it and so forth, but yes, they're responsible for not letting the horses go into the wetlands.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All
We
right.
have sorry, we have another hand up, and that the discussion we just had about the wetlands and the no disturb makes me ask for clarification. Do you want a barrier in those red areas where we're going to have signage?
My kind of gut reaction, because so many of them were on the driveway coming in, I didn't see a need for a barrier. I know, Jonathan, do you have a take on that?
No, I agree. They're along the driveway. I think signage would be appropriate in this situation.
All right. Thank you. Betsy?
Agreed. Signing.
All right. All right. Thank you.
We have a hand from Mariah.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, this is Mariah Cos from 13 George Hill Road. So I know you all are balancing a lot of different factors. And so I just want to clarify, you've looked at the plan holistically and have determined and assessed that you don't think there's any potential negative impact to the wetlands or the environment in this area as a result of these plans.
In general, that, as far as if they're, carried out in the way they are presented and all the information that was submitted, that is what we're saying. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. All right. Back to the waivers, just to clean that up. Anything else, Leah, before we get to those?
Nope, go for it.
Okay. So do I have a motion for the waiver for the basin slopes?
I make a motion to approve the waiver for the basin slope discussion as referenced earlier in this hearing.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote. Jonathan?
Yes.
Betsy?
Yes.
I am also a yes on that one. Next one here is the waiver for the basin proximity to the residents, and this is from the regulations. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the waiver for the basin proximity to the residents as discussed earlier in this hearing.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call. Betsy, you have to be on screen right now. So Betsy.
Yes.
Jonathan.
Yes.
I am also a yes. The last one is the waiver for the no disturb at the locations where the driveway crosses the wetlands. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the waiver for the no disturb crossings of the driveway crossings of the no disturb as previously mentioned in the hearing.
Second the motion.
A motion, a second, and I'll do a roll call. Again, Betsy, you're on the screen,
Yeah.
so you get to go first.
Yes.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Yes.
I am also a yes on that. So that kind of goes through the waivers. We've talked about the special conditions and included that one other condition about the manure pile and the concrete blocks. Anything else we're missing, Leah?
Nope.
So I'll give one last chance to the public because we're going to now just put a motion forward to approve this project with the conditions listed. And I'd like to say thank you for participating and being respectful in your questions. And if you have nothing here, anything left, Leah, other than the last motion?
Nope.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion?
So before I entered talking about this, do I have to list it off or can I just reference that we've talked through all these special conditions?
You can reference the discussion on the special conditions as I read them, plus the block one. Yep.
Okay. So I make a motion to close the hearing and issue the order of conditions and permits with the special conditions as noted above for, forgotten the address already, 19 George Hill Road.
Okay.
I second the motion.
All right, thank you. So we'll do a roll call vote. Betsy,
Yes.
Jonathan,
Yes.
I am also a yes. And just for everyone that's still on the line, just to let you know, so the next process, so we've closed the hearing. We have voted to approve the order of conditions with all of the special conditions we just talked about. If you have questions or if you want to see all of the conditions and how they're finally written out, please do so. You can either contact Leah at the office or they should be, Leah, you'll post those?
Correct.
They will get posted on the website. And obviously, if you have any questions as the project begins, please always feel free to reach out to the Conservation Commission. And I would just like to thank everyone for actually participating. I don't think it's a bad thing. This is your opportunity to talk about projects and so forth, is the public hearing process. And I would also, encourage people to understand that the only way this system works is when people volunteer for the different commissions. It's now, 10:40 and we're all sitting here still talking about this because we think it's important enough that if you've kind of sat through this process, maybe you can also think about joining a committee or helping out the town on some of these committees, because I do think it's important that we all are participating. So that's kind of my last little speech, and that's it. Other than that, that is the close of this hearing. All right, we actually still have some more things to take care of, so we don't get to jump off yet. Feel free if you want to stay on and listen to our other action items that we have to take care of. So,
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I just wanted to, extend my thanks for, for Leah and the help within the office for the assistance in this project and all your help during this process as well. So thanks a lot and have a good night.
Good luck. Follow the plans. Don't make us mad. That's my last word. So, all right. What do we have left to do, Leah, as far as action items?
All right. The second one down, we have a request for minor changes to the library expansion project. If you give me 1 second, I will pull up a plan for you. Let's see.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, so on the west side out here, they are looking to replace the old concrete walkways with brick to match the renovations in the common. They're proposing additional plantings in the front as well. On the northwest side, they have a new teen patio proposed. It's going to be permeable pavers, stone dust paths, and then they have some stone walls and some step planters going up this slope here, as well as new street trees to try to buffer this from the road. In addition, there's 3 trees that are leaning precariously over the new parking lot that they would like to remove. They are in the no disturb, so I had them wrap it into this minor change request package.
All right. So basically, there's 3 levels here. There's administrative, this is really a minor change, go for it. There is wow, this is changing design. Maybe they should come in and talk to us, which is still done on the same notice of intent. And the third one is, hey, they need a new notice of intent. Well, I don't think they need a new notice of intent. What was in these locations before? I mean, this sounds like a design change.
I think she said concrete.
Yeah, yeah, that's for the walk. So
Right.
you know, doing a walk from concrete to brick is no big deal. It's the little teen area that,
Yes, so we actually talked about this months to maybe even a year ago. And you guys had me loop Jeff in on it and get his take on it. He said, because I wanted to make sure it wasn't going to change the stormwater
right,
calcs.
yep,
He talked about if they had like a reservoir underneath it, or also the permeable paver option would make it okay.
okay.
So that's what they chose to proceed with.
Okay,
I don't
so-
remember what the old plan before this had in that spot.
Right. It just seems like, you know, the walkway is a no-brainer. That's a minor change. That's a surface change, material change. But with, you know, adding a plaza area or patio or whatever they're calling it with the step stuff, that's a little bit more of a design change. So I would say, where's the wetlands? It's not even close to the 100-foot buffer, right? It's
This
really
would be
just
on
stormwater.
the common and
They're out
the
back.
140 side.
Wetlands are out back over here.
Okay.
There's the 100-foot buffer. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So, so I would just say, you know, what did they submit for the information on that plaza?
I just have this sheet and then, hold on. Just this middle paragraph for a narrative.
Yeah. Well,
And I have one other plan sheet.
yeah, they need to submit a section on what they're going to do at that patio.
Is the patio the only new thing, or are the tiered little walls, the granite curb, and the where your hand is, Leah, there on the screen, is that all
That's-
new as well?
Yes, that's new.
That's why I say this pushes on the limit of, like, if it was just a sidewalk out front.
Yeah, this isn't a minor change.
So they're saying, it says see detail on sheet 301. I'm trying to see if that's the other sheet they gave me. It is. It's hard to move you guys out of the way and see the plans at the same time.
Yeah. So look at the detail down below. So zoom in
Oh,
on.
there it is.
Yep.
So it would be this one, would be the porous pavers. The crushed, whoops, sorry.
Yep.
Crushed stone goes in the raised bed planter area.
Yeah, see, this is, so the Hanover permeable paver, the paver themselves aren't permeable. It's the,
What's underneath it?
It's the joints.
Yeah.
An open graded stone, okay? And that's not permeable like permeable pavement. Yeah, that has an infiltration rate that varies depending upon how well you maintain it. And the fact that they don't have an engineered fill in between here, they just have 1-inch open graded stone. That's underneath. What do they have? Yeah, so I mean, I guess the question that I would have for them is the pavers actually porous, or is it the joints half filled with a 1/4-inch open graded? Yeah. I guess what I'm asking is, I don't understand that system and how porous it is, I guess.
Okay.
So to me, if they can give me an infiltration rate of the porosity of the paver itself. That's one thing. Then a system like this would be fine. But if it's like just the joints, it's not that porous.
Okay.
And it's not that it's a huge amount of impervious area, but it's a change from what the original one. And the same thing that Jonathan said is that step stuff is kind of a change. It is far away from the wetlands, but it does impact the stormwater. So can you just confirm that it's actually porous?
I will do that. Would you like to vote on the other two of the three in the meantime? The trees and the walkways?
Yes, I have no problem with those. So can I have a motion on the walkway from going from a concrete to brick?
So I make a motion to approve the minor change associated with changing the walkway in front of 35 Grafton Common from concrete to brick.
I second that motion.
A roll call vote, Betsy.
Yes.
Jonathan.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other one is the trees, Leah?
Yeah, and I didn't mention before that we just condition it that the stumps remain in place.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the minor change to remove the 3 hazard trees at 35 Grafton Common, and with the special condition that the stumps remain in place.
Do I have a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm writing my notes. Yes, I second the motion.
All right, I'll do a roll call vote. Betsy?
Yes.
Jonathan?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So we got those two taken care of.
Okay. We have another COC request. This is one of our oldest filings we have. It's number 30.
Wow.
We're now in the thousands. So interestingly enough, this file is missing. So I had almost nothing to go off of other than the order that's recorded, which referenced a mortgage plot plan for Fleming's Package Store, which is the building right next to Cancun's. The conditions on the project referenced a proposed addition. So I think they were expanding that liquor store at the time. And then all I have to go off of now is that everything's done. I don't find any issues with the site. I checked it out. I don't have any more detail than that because the file's missing.
Do we have a sense of what year that was done?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it BC or AD?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, as long as everything's stable, we're cleaning up an old, order of conditions. Do I have a motion?
I motion to issue the certificate of compliance for 77 Worcester Street.
Second?
I second the motion to
Okay.
approve the compliance certificate.
All right. And then roll call vote. I'm getting punchy. Sorry.
You too.
Betsy?
Yes.
Jonathan?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Next one.
We have a request for a partial certificate of compliance for 15 Meadow Lane. They're looking for clearance from the larger order, which was for the whole subdivision, which was never closed out. So they just want to clear their own house from it. This individual lot is all set, site stable, there's no issues.
All right, cool. Do I have a motion?
I motion to issue the partial certificate of compliance for 15 Meadow Lane.
I second the motion.
Roll call vote. Betsy?
Yes.
Jonathan?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
We have talked in the past about a potential conservation land donation from the Bull Meadow subdivision, if that rings a bell to you guys. I will pull it up on the map. Basically,
Are we not doing High Point Drive certificates or not?
we did that like first thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I am.
So we talked about this a little bit before. There's 2 parcels left over in Bull Meadow, this one in blue here, and this other one now in blue here. So you have the blue and the green. The developer approached us looking to donate it to us. It's extremely wet, as you can see. So it's not developable. He wanted to know if we wanted it as open space. One parcel here does abut existing conservation land. So in the past, we informally discussed it. You guys were in favor. You asked me to go to town council. So I talked to town council. The steps we need to take are, I have a placeholder on the town meeting warrant for, I think that's October 18. But we need a formal vote from the commission to recommend acceptance of the donation, provided no issues arise from town council's review.
All right, that sounds reasonable. Anyone have a reason not to do this?
Can I just have ask a question?
Absolutely.
So, and having worked at Wellesley College and having property donated that had contamination in it, you know, the college inherited a lot of problems. And actually, I think it was a super site for cleanup. So my question is, what is our due diligence to look at that property, make sure, even though it's wetlands, that there aren't barrels of chemicals dumped out there, or, you know, that we're not accepting a donation that could be a curse?
It's a good question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Leah.
I was just going to say that is part of what I'm referring to as town council's review, and that's why I'm wording the recommendation that we only accept the donation provided no issues arise from town council's review. But that includes, you know, steps like 21 and all those things.
Yep. Yeah, that's definitely a good question, because we actually did a 21E on a site that we wanted to accept just to make sure we weren't inheriting something just for that exact same reason. So,
good.
All right. So any other questions on that? How about a motion?
I make a motion to recommend acceptance of the land donation at 5R Carriage House Lane and 11R Appaloosa Drive, provided no issues arise from town council's review as previously stated.
I second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Jonathan
Yes.
and Betsy.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So
All
that
right.
passes.
We have a notice of intent to sell property under chapter 61A. This time it's 116 Upton Street. I can pull up for you guys in a second. It's 15.8 acres. It's located in the ACEC. It is called out in the table of chapter land in the open space and recreation plan. The Grafton Land Trust does have land nearby. It's on the diagonal, not a direct abutter over here.
Yeah.
In blue. They have checked this out. They feel like the western wooded part is good conservation value, but they don't really care about the eastern part where there's some buildings and some fields. The Land Trust doesn't yet have a way forward on it. Board of Assessors has weighed in and recommends exercising the right of first refusal. The price tag on this is $500,000.
Okay.
For the entire property or just for the wooded section to the left?
No, that would be for the whole thing.
For 15 acres?
Yeah.
15.8 acres.
Yeah, so that price tag would be on the whole thing. If we were to want to try to work out or recommend that the select board work out a deal on part and not whole, that would change the price tag, but that would trigger the town needing to get a new appraisal, I guess, on the portion that we are looking at.
So, so as far as what is the time period that we're at with this?
We only just got this. I don't have the date off the top of my head, but it was in September.
Okay. Yeah, because to be honest, I don't think CPC has the money either.
And yeah, I was just going to ask, where does the money come from? The land trust or from?
Usually it's multiple sources.
Yeah.
Right.
So you've got CPC. and then you have different, like the land trust will get
Yeah.
grants and so forth from different people. So it's like, so we want to look at, what is it connected to? Because we'd rather, and as Leah said, the open space, the open space plan does identify a bunch of different parcels that we should keep an eye on. So that's part of it.
Mhm.
Leah, does open space just do all of those does that?
It seemed like a table of all the chapter land. It didn't seem to be flagging for priority.
Okay.
But I do just want to add that we've looked at some of these chapter land notifications in the past, and to not get, cart before the horse. Right now, we only have to say whether or not we recommend the select board start looking into it. I don't think we have to weigh in on, is the money available?
Okay.
Well, that's good. So this is like preliminary.
I believe that's how we stepped through this before, because
Okay.
we ran into this question. I forget what the property was,
And I
but
have no problem with it
At this point.
at this stage, yeah.
Okay. Do you need a vote on that?
if you want to make a formal recommendation on exercising or not exercising the right of first refusal, then yes, that would need a vote. If you want more time, but you want me to just.
Yeah, I guess it would be just looking into this site and also the abutting properties. So what is that? What is that? The railroad tracks or something? What is that easement in the back there? That long linear thing. Is that
I think.
I think it's the train.
Yeah,
It's
it
the
is the
train?
train. Yes.
Because then you have, I'm curious about the abutting parcels, because the one right behind it, if you went to the left, just to the left, it seems like that's a landlocked parcel.
Yep.
So I'm just curious, because it would be better to have, more connections.
Right.
Yeah. And what did you say the size was?
15.8 acres.
Okay. And if
Yep.
you had 7 acres, what is 7, other than keeping something open, obviously. But if you could do a little bit more research on what's around there, and what would it be just passive and just keep it as open space, or would there be any activities that we'd want to do on that at that size?
So, well, I mean, that would be up for discussion as it becomes ongoing, and especially if it was put under the care of the commission.
Right.
But I mean, I can tell you right now, everything abutting is privately owned.
Right.
So, I mean, there's a little potential to have some continuity between this, if this landlocked one were to become available, and then the land trust over here, but people would still have to be like crossing the railroad tracks.
Yeah, I know that doesn't seem like a very.
Yeah, that's not very appealing.
Yeah. But like you said, at this point, all we need to do is just say we're interested in it. It's not a final decision or anything else.
No, I believe the final decision is up to the select board. We're just giving them our take on it.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
go ahead,
Me-
Betsy.
So I can make a motion to proceed with first right of refusal for acquiring 116 Upton Street property. Is that acceptable?
Yeah.
Second,
All right. Just a vote. Jonathan,
yes.
Betsy,
Yes.
and I'll be a yes on that also.
Okay,
All right.
I do have one other thing that wasn't itemized on the agenda. Jonathan brought to my attention that he is our Lake Quinsigamond Commission rep. His professional work has gotten quite busy. He's traveling more, and he would like to step down as that representative and then open it up to someone else who might want to take that seat. Jonathan, feel free to add anything in if you want.
Yeah, it's, they meet, once a month, typically the last Wednesday of the month. It's in Shrewsbury Town Hall. And we've gone back from digital back to the in-person. I don't want to leave them in a lurch. Sometimes we don't have, if I'm not there, and I've been to every meeting in the past year and a half or whatever, if I'm not there, we don't make quorum. So I didn't want to leave them in a lurch. I can continue to, I guess the way I want to phrase it is, I don't want to leave them with a problem. So I'd rather try and find someone. Betsy, I don't know if you have any interest, or if we know anybody else that we can task with, or ask.
I am committed out.
Okay.
But I'm just thinking, like, some of those people, the woman who was meeting, spoke very eloquently, very nice, asking about the regulations. Someone like Sandy, you did a great job inviting people to participate on committees. So do we have the ability to reach out to people and ask them if they want to participate?
So, yeah, so this particular
Have to be
one,
on Conscom.
yeah,
Oh,
This
you
one-
have to be on Conscom.
right, because
And it-
you're the representative from Concom.
Yeah. So
So-
what night of the week, Jonathan?
It's Wednesdays. It's the last Wednesday of the month, and they do take the winters off because of the slow nature of the lake. In the summer, we can have more packed meetings.
And what would I have to do?
Go physically to the Shrewsbury Town Hall and meet with the board, or the commission. Again, once a month. I basically sit there and listen and make sure. The one thing that we've really worked on together between the two groups is what we kind of talked about, the CPC funding. We were able to get some additional funding for invasives that we talked about. I believe it was right before, because it voted on at the annual the meeting, at the town meeting. So that was the major push, and it was really just helping coordinate Leah and some of the parties there. So it's relatively light lift. It's just, again, I'm commissioned out and stressed out, so I'm trying to find the best solution.
I get it. And here's my concern, is that I feel like I'm so green, like I am still Sandy trying to figure out all the acronyms.
The thing is, if you have questions like that, I don't always remember to, like, the AUL. He said
that's
it.
all right. I mean, I've been doing a pretty good job. I have a cheat sheet that I keep next to me, but I feel like I'm just starting to catch on. And so my concern is, am I gonna be the wrong person because I won't catch something that you would catch, because one part of your work has you in this realm, and two, you know what to catch. That's my only concern. Like, if I was 6 months down the road or a year down the road, I might feel more comfortable. Unless you really think I can do it, I'll give it a shot.
I think you'd be absolutely fine doing it. And I also think we should spread it around the commission. So, like, right now, so Leah, who's on what? We have representatives on the open space, but that's all done now, right?
No, well, the plan is done, but now they're looking to implement it. I believe that one's Alicia.
Yep.
You're on CPC.
Yep. I have a meeting this Thursday, I think.
And what's CPC?
Community Preservation
Committee,
Commission.
okay.
So it's for this Community Preservation Act. We
I
get to
don't
spend
know.
money.
I don't know that Patrick is on anything. And the other thing that comes to mind was a pretty informal Hassanamesset Woods Management Committee that we tried to throw together, and it didn't really succeed. So I don't think things right now.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh no, I'll put me on.
I appreciate that. And
Just Jonathan, if you can give me the who, what, where, or
Absolutely.
who's going to tell them that I'm doing it.
So Leah, that was kind of part of my question too. I know that, earlier this year we had a resignation or whatever, late last year, whenever it occurred. And and I think it was just a formal letter to the commission, so I can send it in on behalf of myself. But do you want me to include you and include Betsy on that and say,
Yeah.
I'm out, but Betsy's in? Again, Betsy, if you want to think on it, whatever, I'm.
No, I mean,
I
I'm fine.
understand.
I can't do it like, I mean, I would start as of October,
Sure.
right?
The-
So next Wednesday is the last Wednesday of the month.
Correct.
So
So
moving
I can
forward-
talk to them. Yeah. Absolutely. And to your question about the lift of the meeting, I went in cold. I went in cold, and my first meeting was on Zoom or whatever. So I learned a little bit about the lake, but it's less technical and it's more about more common sense with the lake. So they actually have the provisions on that board to, if there's watercraft or businesses or things occurring on the lake that are doing so illegally, or we have police officers on the board, everything.
Yeah.
It's more common sense and just street smarts of understanding it. It's less about acronyms and very specific thing. They do have a biologist that comes and gives presentations about the lake and the temperatures and the algae and all these different
No, I
fish.
can deal with that.
Okay.
I still have those basin diagrams etched into my brain.
See, I look at those basin diagrams a lot
I'm
during
like,
my
I'm really trying to understand.
yeah.
So if we just back up a second, Jonathan, to your question about paperwork or paper trail, whatever. I don't need a letter from you because it's a representative to another commission. I don't need like I'm resigning from it. It's just sort of like the commission designated a new representative, and I send the memo about that to the town clerk and the staff over there in Shrewsbury. So
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
need anything from you.
So I can plan on attending, and I may, depending on my travel schedule with Washington, I may have to not go to the meeting next week. But again, I haven't missed one in a year and a half. So,
They probably appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, and
that's pretty good.
Usually it's a pretty packed commission. Usually it's packed in terms of representatives. It's just sometimes there's specific ones that, at different times of the year, 3 people are absent and it makes it a tight commission. That's all. So
Jonathan, if you want to attend the September one, then I'll wait to send the memo till after that.
Sure. I can give Angela, who's the representative over there, the staff over there heads up, as well as Peter Collins at that meeting. So Peter Collins is the chair.
And what's the exact name of the committee again?
The Lake Quinsigamond Commission. So it's there should be a link to it on the Grafton site because it's a shared, or it's a connected thing. If not, it's on the Shrewsbury town website, and they talk through they have the meeting minutes up there. They talk about docks, they talk about boating. I don't live on the lake, so it's interesting, but it's definitely something that it's not as near and dear to my heart as what Concom is, to be honest. So
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Betsy, just an FYI, they call the part of Lake Quinsigamond that's in Grafton Flint Pond, so they're kind of interchangeable.
Right. I actually was, when I was looking at the topographical maps, that threw me off a little bit, but I caught it. Yeah.
Yeah, Quinsigamond's huge. It touches a lot. So it's in Worcester, Shrewsbury, Grafton, and there's members from each of those communities and Concom's on the board. I'm sorry, the commission.
Way back in the dinosaur days when I was in college and I was fulfilling all my science requirements with geology and botany, our field trips would come out to Lake Quinsigamond. This is when I lived in Framingham, and I thought this is like the way far out land
in the country.
So I just find it ironic that here I am 40 years later doing all of this. So
well,
okay,
I appreciate that, Betsy.
I'm in.
I appreciate that.
I thought you were going to be resigning from this commission, and then I was going to get really upset. So
not yet. No, I'll see how my schedule works. And I'm trying to make time for a lot of things including my wife, who keeps coming downstairs and going, "Where the hell are you?" So,
Yeah, no, yeah, like I said, I have to be up at 4 a.m, so I'm like, no, I'm happy to do it, Jonathan.
okay. Thank you very much, Betsy.
Can we make a motion to adjourn, Sandy?
I hope so. Anything left, Leah? We've killed it, right?
Go for it.
There you go. You
I
get it.
make a motion to adjourn this amazingly productive meeting.
Second,
Motion in a second. Jonathan,
yes.
Betsy,
Yes.
absolutely yes. All right.
Praise the
Thanks,
Lord,
everyone.
amen.